What's up, everybody? Show will be starting in just a moment. Testing. Soundboard's not working. Soundboard's not working.
No offense, but it sounds like that's some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Beta!
Now it is. Fixed it. Yo, it's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. Let's fade this out. No, it's back. Oh, no. It's back. It's back. Oh, no, it's gone. The music was...
Beta!
What time is it? It's 6 o'clock. We're going to be late. Oh, snap. We were almost late. What's up, everybody? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the show. What's up, Lord Bibby 42? Nice artwork. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's 1 year. 1 year anniversary of the Dreaded Conservative show. Let's go. I wish I had a round of applause sound effect. 1 year of the show. I wish it was 6 o'clock here, but it's freaking 8 o'clock there. Dang. Bibby's an early riser, so he goes to bed early. What's up? 1 year. 1 year we've been doing this little shindig, the Dreaded Conservative show. My name is Josh. Welcome to the show. Every Monday night, kicking the week off right. It's summertime. Is it summertime? I don't know if it's summertime, but it's warming up here in Utah finally. But the snow hasn't melted. They haven't filled the lake at the park, so I haven't been able to fish yet. But I shaved the beard off. It's warming up. I didn't shave it off. I just shortened it a lot. It feels crazy. That's the longest I ever let my beard grow. It was pretty long. That was not quite a year of growth. I figure August till, what month is this? May now? August till May? May, June, July, August. So 3 months short of a year we grew the beard, but we're just going to chill tonight. There's not a whole lot of news going on. A lot of gossip news going on. We'll talk about the Crowder situation. I don't want to focus as much on him and his wife and the divorce, but I want to focus on the reaction of commentators like Candace Owens and even smaller channels. I'm having all these smaller channels pop up on my feed, trashing Crowder, trashing the boy. What the? So we're gonna kind of rebuttal all that mess. A bunch of judgy Christians too. I see a lot of Christians being all judgy about a man going through probably the worst time in his life. And you watch a little edited up 3 minutes from 8-minute video put out 2 years later and start making judgments on a man in an argument with a Ring camera. Don't buy Ring cameras. Don't buy Ring. What are you doing? Especially not if you're single. I guess you could have a Ring camera for security purposes. But even then, if you do anything in privacy, that camera's watching. All the cameras are watching. I don't know. We're going down a rabbit hole before I even get started with the show. But before we get into the Crowder stuff, we're going to talk about some election updates. Biden announced his reelection campaign. Trump came out against Biden. Biden had the, what was it called? Did I write it down? The correspondence dinner. He had the correspondence din, and our boy was actually funny. I'm yo, I'm gonna counter all the popular opinions today. Yo, Crowder's based, still, uh, still Christian, going through a tough time. Biden was actually funny at the correspondence dinner. I'm sure he didn't write those jokes. It might have been masked Biden. It might have been deep fake Biden. Who knows? It might have been a hologram, but it was pretty funny. I was laughing, you know, and I see a lot of butthurt commentators like, oh, he was attacking Tucker Carlson. He kind of attacked everybody. He attacked CNN, NPR. So we got some clips. We got a lot of clips today, and then we'll talk about this Texas shooting, this manhunt that's underway. I don't know if there's been breaking news today, if they've caught this guy yet. But we got another shooting in the news, and that's really all the main story news we have. And then in the rapid fire, we're going to talk about things that some people are going to be like, why isn't that in the main story news? Things like Epstein updates. Well, because it's an update. It's not the main story right now. It was the main story when it happened. We haven't got any updates, so I'll keep you updated in the rapid fire with things like Sudan, things like Epstein, and then we'll talk about the ADHD or ADD, the meth shortage. We got a prescription meth shortage going on right now. And the we'll tie in the Matt Lawrence stuff with the Epstein stuff in the rapid fire news. And the third segment is totally empty. There is some people I've been talking to. One of the goals for the next year of the show is we got to get more active. We try and find guests and get on other shows, because I'm not really trying, guys. I'm not. What's up, got your six? What's chat saying? Bunch of jackals. Why crowd a low? Why? It's been a fast year. Yep. No hot chip challenge to celebrate? Nah, I'm good with that. I'm all right with that. Not the meth. I'm gonna be ticked. Gonna be ticked. You can't get that dang ADHD meds. So we got all that stuff. The whole third segment is empty. And what was I just saying? Yeah, I guess. So I've been talking to some people. One guy made a reaction to the Crowder video, and we're gonna look at his video just as an example of all these videos that have been popping up on my feed. And I'm not gonna I'm not gonna throw shade at the dude. And I messaged him, I emailed him, and I said, if you want to call in during the show, just jump in the chat, tell me you want to call in. I already sent him my Discord info. Discord's here if he sends me a friend request and wants to call me on Discord. Then we could have a little impromptu debate about the whole Crowder situation. That would be cool. Yeah. So, and then the last segment, if anybody wants to call in, talk about something specifically on the Discord, just let me know in the chat. Because the whole third hour is open. I'm gonna be eating some ribs. I try not to eat during the Monday night show. Try to keep it professional, but we're chilling tonight. I got some short ribs cooking, and I'm hungry than a mug. So the oven's gonna go off in an hour in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna have to run out there probably during the first break and take the tinfoil off, let them cook for another 30 minutes with the tinfoil off to kind of toughen that outer layer up, brown them a bit, caramelize that brown sugar a little more. So that's what we're doing. And I'm gonna drink a Modelo in the last hour. You know? So yeah, try not to drink in the streams, or drink as much. Period. But we're gonna have a Modelo to celebrate the 1 year anniversary. So before we get started in the show, again, it's a chill show tonight. Crowder ducking you. He knows you'll ask the hard questions that weak ass Tim. Actually, Bibby, Tim Pool was one of the. I was gonna mention Tim Pool. He's one of the only people who's being pretty fair on this that I've seen. Oh yeah, I'm gonna drink a Modelo that I found in the I was doing landscaping around the apartments today, and there's some Mexicans, and I think they like drink. I don't know if it's like kids in the family, because a whole bunch of them living in one of the units, like 28 of them, right? All ages, all sizes, and I always find beers in the full beers, unopened beers in the planter that goes along the property, and I have to clean that up, and I have to edge it, stuff like that. So I was doing that today, I think it's like the kids are drinking in the parking area, out of the sight of the parents, and maybe there's beers left over, so they throw them in there, and they just get lost in the abyss. And you can find a bunch of full beers in there. Don't let the homeless people know. But I got a Modelo out of there. I'm gonna drink it. I'm gonna drink it. I don't care. So let's play a song to start us off. You know how we roll. If Tyson James got a new song, we're gonna bump it. We're gonna bump it. So let's play Tyson James Mayfo, his newest song, while we roll into the show. Oh, now it's gonna buffer. Now it's gonna buffer. There we go. Welcome to the show. Monday night, kicking the week off right. Dreaded Conservative Show. 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hit the like button on your way in. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Gangs.
I'm a Christian, but don't test me. I don't play. I heard that you believe
that could be true. Could you obey? He's biased towards his friends.
All my brothers 10 toes down in this.
Maybe not even friends, but whoever is the most advantageous.
I got the hands on me, lights out. Trannies but guns, better pipe down. I'm a man of God, I ride with the 9 now. I am a Christian, but I ain't no punk. I don't smoke weed and I never get drunk. But I will proceed to defend
I do from time to time.
I won't turn the cheek if you want funk. Country boy from the dirt now. Turn up for God, homie, why would I turn down? Had to break ties with the world, didn't work out. I'm giving my all to the king till I burn out. 6 feet. Belief without works is a thin sheet. Why you can't see Clayton Bigsby? You a Christian.
Why you can't see Clayton Bigsby? Yo, I never caught that. I've heard this like 3 times before tonight. He said, "Why you can't see Clayton Bigsby?"
The games. I'm a Christian, but don't test me. I don't play. I heard that you believe in him. Do you obey? All my brothers 10 toes down in this the games. Mess around and find out this Christian don't play. Man, I ain't playing no games.
Yeah.
Get out my way, I got road rage.
I haven't
Snowflakes going to church all your life, I got no games.
I haven't heard that yet, baby, but I saw it on my feed.
If you got a problem, put raps on.
Bryson's been dropping bombs about the Trinity lately.
You better catch on this life. So mess around and find out. I'm sober, it's over, you dry mouth. What you do in this life is a tryout, and you better give it your all till you sign out. Look, I used to be a big dummy, didn't live the life of the crime. Living my life in my prime. Sorry, I ain't got the time. I ain't casting my pride on the swine. I don't got no time for the games.
I ain't got no time for no games.
But don't test me. I don't play. I heard that you believe in him. Do you obey? All my brothers 10 toes down in this the game. Mess around and find out this Christian got no time for the games. I'm a Christian, but don't test me. I don't play. I heard that you believe in him. Do you obey? All my brothers 10 toes down in this the game. Mess around and find out this Christian don't play.
I like it. I like it. The bass in these headphones doesn't sound good as the bass in my cheap headphones. The bass in my cheap, crappy headphones, it sounded like a really hard-hitting bass line. And then with these better headphones on, the bass line sounded a little muffled. Just a little critique. I don't know if Tyson James watches these videos, but he said before he appreciates critique from music listeners. And that's what I am. I've been known to dabble. I've been known to dabble. Oh, we're blurry. Freeze. Put your hands up. Hey, let's get into this first story. Look at that professional camera not focusing, problem resolving skills, guys. That only comes when you do the show every Monday night for a year. All right, what we got? We're going to talk about so Joey, the boy, Joey announced his reelection campaign. I think CNN's got the clip for us. I didn't make a clip out of this, but I think CNN's got the clip for us. So earlier in the week, Biden announces his reelection campaign. Let's take a look at that. Hopefully they got the video. And he went at them at the correspondence dinner. He went at CNN for this. He's like, some of y'all think that you leaked that, but you didn't leak that. I didn't mess up. I was just trying to slide that in. He was trying to play it off like I'm just trying to slide that in there. You didn't catch me off guard, CNN. The big guy laying down the law. Dark Brandon. Guys, I don't know, man. That correspondence dinner made me a dang Biden fan. I'm Team Biden.
Big news. Big news. Significant breaking news. President Biden has made it official, announcing
It's
he
official.
is running for re-election. Just moments ago, he released
Thank
this
the
announcement
Lord.
video. Watch.
If you're new to the channel, I'm joking. I'm joking. Abortion is healthcare. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Personal freedom
Is this like?
fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing.
I thought this was gonna be a clip of him like when he was at something and he said something. But I think I played that last week maybe. But this is actually like a campaign ad. Let's go, Brandon.
Nothing more important, nothing more sacred. That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy. This shouldn't be a red or blue issue. To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists. Those bedrock freedoms.
This is my first time seeing this. I didn't watch this yet. MAGA extremists, guys, cutting social. This is so deep. This is like, dang, this is gonna hype up a lot of demon rats.
That you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning.
That's AI, bro. You hear the cuts? It's like cutting in between every other word. That's how you know when it's AI. When it sounds like it's a edited video, every other word, like or like a Japanese, like you're watching a Japanese dubbed movie, and they're like, ah, Godzilla. They like move their mouth too much, and it's like, hey, it's like glitchy. I don't know how that comparison worked. It didn't work. It didn't work. I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going, Biden. Tell me about it. Kite runner.
And telling people who they can love. All while making it
Was
more
that
difficult for you to be able to vote.
To Kill a Mockingbird? Kite runner. Kite runner. Kite runner.
When I ran for president 4 years ago,
It wasn't Kite Runner, that book wrote by that Middle Eastern guy, and it's about like Afghanistan and Kite Runner. What a mess.
I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
Hey, you can't be stealing JLP's lines, Joey. We are in a battle for the soul of America. You can't be. Come on now. Build back better. That's you, buddy.
The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom.
That's what Satan will do. He'll say the things that like Christians are used to hearing, like we're in a battle for the soul of America, and it's not physical, it's spiritual. They'll say those things and they'll try to leak it into their message, but really everything, all their actions go completely against that. If you're in a battle for the soul of America, wouldn't you want to like stop sowing division and talking about the equity and the equality, and the government's gonna fix all these things and casting shade on different races, and that doesn't seem very Christ-like. Wouldn't you want to stop killing babies? That doesn't seem like you're battling for the soul of America. You support baby murder. we got things
Right
popping
for
off
sure.
on my phone.
I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
You said Tyson. That's why I'm running for re-election. Excellent. So Joey's running. Joey is in. The boy. The big guy. Bibby just sent me the Gothics and Bryson. Maybe we'll check it out in the last hour because I don't got nothing planned. We're going to be eating some ribs and chilling like a villain. So But you said Tyson dips out after about an hour and 10 or 15 minutes or so. So Tyson was in it too, or it was just accidentally? Tyson was in the interview too, or is just Bryson? Or did you accidentally meant to type Bryson and you typed Tyson? Or were they both in it? Anyway, so from CNN, President Joe Biden formally announced his bid for re-election Tuesday, setting off a battle to convince the country his record merits another 4 years in the White House and his age won't impede his ability to government. Bullshit. In a video released early Tuesday, Biden framed next year's contest as a fight against Republican extremism. What are you talking about, bro? The Overton window is so far left. There is no Republican extreme. There's not much. There's not much. There's not much. It's not a lot. There's not a whole lot of extreme Republicans, Joey. Implicitly arguing he needed more time to fully realize his vow to restore the nation's character. When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we were in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are, he said in the video. As he fights for abortion rights. In a video which opened with images of the insurrection and abortion rights activists protesting the U.S. Supreme Court. So, a battle for the soul of America, and he supports killing babies. That makes sense. Why do you think that your own religion doesn't even like you, Joey? They won't even let you give your dang communion or whatever you do, confession or whatever, because you're trying to kill babies. The question we are facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom. Okay, I'm not going to read from CNN the thing that I just said about this, but look at this. Look at this graph. It's a graph. You got to look at graphs because they're important. It's often good to look at graphs from these places and figure out how they're doing it wrong. Because most of the time, these graphs are not very accurate in their visual deceptions. Visual deceptions. I got to look at chat. I can't see the chat. Oh, you meant Bryson? Okay. That's what I figured. Yeah, I'll check it out. President approval ratings, April of third year. Carter, pretty low, 40%. Reagan, 41. 40, 41, 41. It seems, pretty consistent. Look at presidential approval. Where's Biden at, though? Biden is tied for second lowest approval rating of any president in the past 70 years. Now, which of these are incumbents? Trump had a 43%. Which of these are incumbents? And then it says Biden 2023. Oh, okay. So they're not in chronological order. They're in order of the percentage. Okay. Dang, everybody liked H.W. Bush. Everybody liked Bush. That's before my political time. Everybody liked Bush. But which of these are incumbents and which of these are because Biden's an incumbent here, but then you're comparing it to Trump in 2019 when he was not an incumbent. So some of these are incumbents, some of these are not incumbents. So that's kind of relevant. Anyway, interesting. Biden has pretty low approval ratings. What's his name? What's his name? What's the guy that does the street interviews? Anyway, he did grade Biden on a scale of 1 to 10 in California, or on A to F. And he said the majority of people said F. So Biden's approval ratings are down. But he's running again. So while that's happening, Trump reacts from the Independent. Trump reacts to Biden 2024 announcement by reading his own statement from hours earlier. I made some shorts of this, but I'm going to play the full thing. I think maybe I clipped it up a little bit just for copyright. I don't know about the Independent, how they are with that. But we're going to listen to this full speech from Trump. This is a 4-minute speech. This is his reaction to Biden. It's a lot of the same old stuff that Trump be talking about, which, is the important stuff. The talking points are talking points because they're important things to talk about. So let's play Trump's reaction. Let's go to the clip. Let's go. Little Trump action. Do we not have audio? Oh.
History and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done to our nation in just a few short years, not even close. Thanks to Joe Biden's socialist spending calamity,
Facts.
American families are being decimated by the worst inflation in half a century.
Facts.
Banks are failing, our currency is crashing.
Facts.
And the dollar will
Facts.
soon no longer be
Facts.
which will be our greatest defeat in over 200 years. Real wages have been falling 24 months in a row. In other words, under Biden, workers have gotten a pay cut each and every month for 2 straight years. We have surrendered our energy independence, just like we surrendered in Afghanistan, which we had just a short time ago, and the price of gasoline just hit a 5-month high, and it's going much higher than that.
Actually, I heard that,
we had the
I don't know, maybe that's something he's just got used to saying, but it has been kind of trending downward. It's still not as low as when he was in office, but I was reading an article, and I don't know, because I haven't filled the van up in like 2 weeks, but it said that it dropped. There was a big drop over the past like week. I don't have the article, but see, I'll critique my own guy. I'll critique Trump.
most secure border in U.S.
But yeah,
history
gas
by
is still
far.
expensive. That's a
Never had
fact.
a border like this. Under Biden, the southern border
Echo,
has
what are you
been
doing?
abolished and millions of illegal aliens have been released into our communities.
What are you doing?
What's happening now is beyond belief.
Belief.
They're coming in from
Sorry, it's
mental
kind of quiet, guys.
institutions.
They're coming in from mental
and prisons.
institution. He's getting a lot of backlash over that line right there. They're not. So they said he was racist when he said they're not sending their best. They're not sending their best. They're sending rapists and criminals. So he toned it down a little bit, but they're still mad because he said they're basically should be in mental institutions. This tremendous amount of mental institution patients have escaped, and they're coming across the border.
They're all being emptied.
Let's
They're
go.
being dumped into the United States of America. Many of these people are very dangerous. They're being dumped.
What happened to audio?
With homelessness, drug addicts, and violent criminals.
Violent
We're being
criminals.
released from jail in mass with no retribution whatsoever, while law enforcement is
He's not being
weaponized
very handsy.
against law.
I hope this ain't AI, because he is not being very handsy. He's usually more handsy. Maybe in these addresses he's more staunch.
Law-abiding conservatives or Republicans or people they just don't like. Our children are being indoctrinated and mutilated by left-wing freaks and zealots.
Yep.
The senior ranks of our military have gone completely woke, and our
Yep.
military is suffering greatly. Biden
Yep.
has totally humiliated our nation on the world stage, starting
Repeatedly.
with the Afghanistan disaster. Perhaps the
Now
most
in Sudan.
embarrassing event in the history of our country. It meant so much.
They're evacuating the embassy last week in Sudan, leaving American civilians locked up in rooms. They're going to make a movie about this in 4 years. They're going to make a movie about stranded in Sudan.
To our enemies when they watch that horrible retreat. Russia is teaming up with China. Iran is days away from a nuclear bomb, not even thinkable. Ukraine has been devastated by an invasion that would never, ever have happened if I was president. And Joe Biden has led us to the very brink of.
And don't think that all these presidents don't love war because it makes them rich. Trump was already rich. That's why he didn't need to start a war to get rich. He was ending wars. He was trying to bring peace because he was already rich. All these other, power-seeking wannabe presidents are coming in. They're not poor, but they're not rich. They're not at that level. Trump was already at that level. And don't let these lying Democrats tell you that he wasn't worth, he didn't even have $1 billion. He was worth $4 billion when he became president. And he lost more of his net worth than any other president. You can fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. But it was more than most of them. If there's like one that, no, I'm pretty sure he lost more money than any other president. from compared to when he entered the presidency to his net worth when he left the presidency. He lost money. Every other president makes money. They're making money.
World War III. They say Trump was right about everything. Well,
and the guy who lost money is the guy who we've been freaking out over. Democrats were freaking out over his tax returns for the past 4 years. We really need to see the guy who lost money while he was president, his tax returns. Come on now. Come on now.
I'm not predicting World War III, but I will say this.
What do Democrats think he has to gain from being president? Other than the power. I guess maybe when you have money, you got the women, you got the fancy things, you got the houses. I guess power is all you have left to crave. Maybe he craves the power. You could argue that. And that's what he has to gain. But in the gaining of the power, he's going to lose. He's going to lose from the attacks from the media his reputation. He's going to lose financially. He's going to lose. They're going to attack his properties, his family. So is he really trying to lose all that to gain the power? No, I think he's doing it because he sees America going down the drain and he's trying to stop it. I don't think Biden's trying to stop America going down the drain. I think Biden is selling us down the drain to China, to Ukraine. We're about to be in pain. Here comes the train, the Trump train. We going insane. Can't complain in the snow or the rain. Damn, that was hot right there. That was a $10,000 rhyme right there.
We're very close, and they're only talking about nuclear weapons. On top of it all, Biden is the most corrupt president in American history, and that's not even close. Nobody can believe what's going on with, again, no retribution whatsoever.
No retribution
with such
whatsoever.
A calamitous and failed presidency.
Calamitous,
It
good
is
word.
almost inconceivable that Biden would even think of running for re-election.
Could you imagine Biden trying to say calamitous? Global. Turkeys for dinner. Global.
You know what happened in the last election? They cheated and they rigged the election.
I disavow.
I promise you this, when I stand
for YouTube purposes, I have to disavow that. Apparently, Dominion voting machines are the safest and most secure way to have a safe and secure and fair election. You know, the most popular president in history, 81 million votes for President Joe Biden. Ballot harvesting had nothing to do with it. Control of the masses through social media and big tech had nothing to do with it. Stifling stories that would have cast a bad shade on the preferred candidate. No, that never happened. That definitely no. AP didn't come out with a whole expose talking, braggadociously admitting to all this. No, that never happened. It was the safest and fairest and freest election in American history. We've never actually had corruption. Well, actually, we've had corruption in every single election in American history, except for the 2020 election. God forbid we say that there was any sort of tomfoolery in the 2020 election.
On that debate stage and compare our records, it will be radical Democrats' worst nightmare, because there's never been a record as bad as they have. And our country has never been through so much. There has never been a greater contrast between two successive administrations in all of American history.
I agree with that. I'd agree with that. And I don't want to hear about job numbers. I don't want to hear about how many people have become employed under Joe Biden. I don't want to hear about it, because it was a Chinese and a Democrat masterminded plan to introduce a pandemic and shut down the world for 2 years and to effect an election that got us in this mess in the first place. That's why there were no jobs. That's why people didn't have jobs. You fired them, Democrats and rhinos and the elite, the global. It doesn't even matter what side it is. But I know Trump wasn't about that mess. Trump even made you the stupid vaccine that you were supposed to get and shut the hell up. You're supposed to get your little vaccine and shut up. And they got the vaccine and they still bitch about it. They're still bitching and whining and complaining about the COVID. And Biden's over here saying that he's the greatest president ever because look at all these jobs I got people. They were fired. because of sniffles. Because of the sniffles, they lost their job. And now the homeless, don't even, I want to compare homeless. I want to compare people who got housed under Trump to people who lost houses under Biden. People who are now homeless under Biden. I'd like to compare that. I'd like to see those statistics.
And theirs being failure. With your support in the election, we will defeat Joe Biden in 2024. We will rescue our economy. We will crush inflation. We will stop the invasion on our southern
I avow.
border. We will restore our nation's dignity.
I avow as well.
And we will prevent World War III from happening.
Dun, dun,
Together,
dun.
we will all make
America
great
again. Let's go. Yo, that's epic. Could you imagine Biden trying to
You
say
could take
calamitous?
the 5 worst presidents.
I'm just gonna stop it on that. Imagine Biden trying to say calamitous. So, the Independent. I don't think we have to read the article because the article is just going to reiterate a lot of what was just said in the thing. Let me see if there's anything interesting in the article, and then we're going to talk about the debates before we move on to the Crowder thing. We're 45 minutes in. I haven't got a message from the dude that I was trying to have call in the chat. I told him all you got to do, drop it in the chat. I'll put the Discord. Well, I can put my Discord thing in the chat now, but get Discord, add me as a friend on Discord. You can call in. Biden can't even say ham sandwich. Technically, saying ham sandwich is not the proper way to say ham sandwich. I can't even say ham sandwich. How do you say crayon? I can't even say. Well, I just said it, but I say crown. Some people say Some people say crayon. Some people say crayon. I say crown. What do you think? So, from the Independent, hours later on Tuesday, Mr. Trump appeared in a video. He read the statement. Anyway, we don't need to go through the article. I already gave all my comments on Trump's rebuttal. But before we move on, Trump and Biden from the Hill seek safe spaces far from the debate stage. So this was from earlier in the week. Apparently, neither Trump or Biden don't want to debate. And this is a pattern we've been seeing happen. Fetterman didn't want to debate. Katie Hobbs didn't want to debate. Now, I feel like Trump is the first Republican that I've seen do it. And I don't want to try to justify it because I think he should debate. I think both of them should have to debate, actually. Both of them must debate. If you can't debate, get the heck out of here. What are you even talking about? If you can't get on the stage and talk with an audience of people listening about your positions and your stances and what you're going to do to change the world, and you have to be able, not only do you have to be able to express these ideas, you have to be able to argue your ideas against somebody who has other ideas. You have to be able to show the people that your ideas are better than their ideas, that their ideas are worse, that they're wrong and you're right. It's not middle ground. There's no middle ground. There's no black and white. It's right or wrong. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Good or evil. Black or white. Right or wrong. There's no middle ground. Some situations there's middle ground. But situations like this that determine the fate of the nation and people's lives and deaths of children and chemicals that we're injecting into people that are going to cause them to be infertile and blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on. Whether AI is going to be able to take over the world, if the satellites are going to be armed with nukes and controlled by the AI. All these things are pretty important. And there's no gray area. You're either going to be right or you're going to be wrong. And if you're wrong, if you're wrong about, what you have for breakfast and you think to yourself, this makes my stomach hurt. This is good for me, but tastes nasty. Maybe I'll get something in the middle. Okay, that's okay. We're talking about things that affect 7 billion lives. Okay. The whole world. Yes. The American president affects the entire world. So it's kind of important. If you can't debate, get out of here. No. So I don't like Trump saying he doesn't want to debate, but his reasoning is the moderators are always biased. True. But now this comes to, I'm gonna do like a nerd. I'm gonna do a nerd hypothetical analogy here. So if I like to play this one deck in Dragon Ball, but there's another deck that's a meta deck that is a broken deck. Okay, it's broken. It kills people so quick. Okay, instead of complaining that these cards need to be banned, I could figure out how to beat those cards. I could build a deck specifically designed to counter what that deck does. So that's a super nerd explanation of basically saying, instead of Trump complaining and saying, I don't want to debate because the moderators are going to be unfair and biased, instead of that, you need to figure out a way to shut the moderator down too. If the moderator is not a moderate, which is going to be the case, 99.9% of the time, the moderator is not going to be moderate. The moderator is going to be biased and is going to be working for CNN or some big media place, or what's that lady from Fox, Megan, whatever the heck her name is, who was all didn't like Trump. They're supposed to not like you. They're supposed to come hard at you, and you're supposed to learn how to deal with that. And maybe Trump's more of a do that. He's more of an authority. He's not maybe as good as the charisma area, like the working his words. And that's why a lot of people don't like the way he talks. I like the way he talks. I'm fine with it, but he's not going to win a debate by saying Pocahontas. He's not going to win a debate, and maybe he knows that. But I think he wins debates because he's funny. Like, he just shuts people down. He's like, listen here. But if he comes with the facts, and he's going to kill Biden in the debate. So I don't know why he would not want people to see that, regardless of who the moderator. I don't care who the moderator is. It's not about the moderator. Just tell them. But the problem is that these big debates, the moderator has all the power, because the moderator will silence you. The moderator has the silence button. Remember, that was a big kerfluffle in the recent election. The moderator can silence someone in a presidential debate. So the moderator has the powers. I see his point, but he needs to debate. And then Biden, I see the point from Biden's side. He's retarded. So so he doesn't want to debate. I understand. I completely understand where he's coming from, but no, you're going to have to debate. And if they don't debate, if I don't get my Super Bowl, if I don't get my presidential debate, oh my gosh, if we don't get to do a live presidential debate reaction stream, do you know how pissed I'm going to be? I'm going to be angry. I'm going to go Hulk mode. We better get a dang debate between Trump and Biden 2.0, 2024. Oh, it's going to be so lit. That's my Super Bowl. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped for it. If I don't get that debate, I'm going to be pissed. What's chat saying? What's up, Floor? Happy 1 year of the show. YouTube, your beard is gone. The beard's gone. Yep. No, I still have a beard. It's just not a long beard. Anyone could beat Biden in that debate at this point. That's probably. I just read it again. Biden can't even say ham sandwich. But yeah, I know. That's why I don't see why Trump would not want to do it. So from the Hill, it's a sorry sight to see the Democrat National Committee announce this week that the historically unpopular president will not debate his opponents, regardless of format, place. How can you do that? So they're laying down the law. They're saying that's no doubt this was done to ensure that President Biden's path to the nomination into a second term is as smooth as possible. Not debate his opponents. Are they talking about in primaries? There's not a Democratic primary, right? He's the incumbent. So Democrats, yeah, I don't understand that. Somebody who's been in politics longer than I have, explain that to me, because from what I understand, the Republicans have the Republican primary to pick the one who's going to run against Biden. Biden's the incumbent, so he's there as long as he wants to be there. He's there no matter what against whoever wins out of the Republicans, right? So why are people like JFK and other Democrats announcing a run. Is that run only if he backs out, then they run? What's up, Broski Bear? Congrats on 1 year. Looking forward to many more. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, sir. You look like you're 25 again. I know. Floor sends me a picture of myself from like 15 years ago or like 12 years ago or 10 years ago or something in my Facebook. She sends me this picture of myself and she's like, I think he is so handsome. And I'm like, what the hell are you sending me pictures of dudes to my freaking Facebook telling me you think they're handsome? I was pissed. I woke up Floor. I woke up in the morning and I looked at my phone and I see this like emo looking goofy mug. And you're like, I think he's so. I'm like, what is she sending this crap? I thought you had like sent a text to the wrong person, or I was like, is she trying to make me mad? And then it turns out it was me. It was so funny, but you don't even understand how like I actually, before you responded and said that it was me, I did figure out that it was me. So by the time you answered and said that's you, I was like, oh yeah, that's me. But first, when I first messaged you that, I was like, why is she sending me pictures of some dude telling me she thinks he's handsome or something? I'm like, this is gay. Get this out of here. I don't got no time for that. There is no automatic nomination for a sitting president. So, huh? Because I don't remember Trump running against I don't remember a Republican primary in 2019 to choose Trump. But you're saying there's no automatic nomination for a sitting president. So he still has to run against like RFK or what's his name? Robert F. The JFK's brother. The guy that talks kind of like that. He's actually pretty based. And at first I had forgotten who he was, but then when I heard his voice, I knew instantly because I have heard him on Jordan Peterson's podcast and also I think Joe Rogan. See how are you jealous? That means something. It's not jealous. I wasn't jealous. I wasn't like, oh, she thinks this guy's cute. I was like, why are you sending me pictures of some dude? I ain't got no time for that. Are you a conservative? 100%. That's why the show's called Dreaded Conservative. But actually, you wouldn't really know that unless you watched before because the channel's called JS Urban Adventures. But so if you're new and you just stopped in, yeah, the show's called The Dreaded Conservative. I'm actually more of a little more authoritarian than most conservatives. I'm a little more theocratic than most conservatives. But that's the closest thing we got in America. And classical conservatism, not this neo-conservative nonsense. This mama love, not none of that mama love. What's up, Brennan? Your name's hard to say. Brennan Label, Brennan Label. Peace, peace, peace and love. Right. All right. It's a sorry sight to see. But actually, I'm not a conservative. I'm a son of God. I'm a child of God. That's what I am. It's a sorry sight to see. Oh, I already read that. In February, the DNC announced that Iowa will no longer be the first nominating contest in the nation as it has been since 1972, but Biden has never performed well there in presidential contests, finishing 5th in 2008 and 4th in 2020. Was that somebody who came in and said, are you a conservative? And I said, yes. And then they're like, peace, I'm out. That's where we're at. You just label. Like, listen, I go in streams of Vosh, Destiny, Hassan, all the time. And I know who they are, so I don't have to ask, are you a Democrat? But the first time I ever stumble upon a channel like that, I wouldn't say, are you a Democrat? And if they say yes, be like, peace. I would actually not even ask. I would just watch and listen to their ideas. And then you can kind of plot them on the political spectrum. But to just ask somebody, what are you? And and then when they answer, say bye. Like, that don't even make no sense. Not saying that's what Brendan and Label did, but if that is what they did, then that's funny. But In February, the DNC announced that Iowa will no longer be the first nominating contest in the nation as it has been since 1972. But Biden has never performed well there. Okay, here we go again. So it's already starting. It's already starting manipulating the elections, making sure their guy can win. So I'd say if Trump doesn't win in 2024, 100% sure your elections are fraud. In the future, not the past elections, 2020 election was 100% safe, fair, and free, right? I would never say that that was a fraud. But 2024 will definitely be a fraud. 2016 was definitely a fraud. He probably will vote for Biden. Let's go. It only happened once in U.S. history. 14th President Franklin Pierce wasn't nominated by the Democrats for a second term. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought the incumbent was like automatic. See, so I'm learning. I'm learning. We're learning. We're all learning. That's interesting. So Biden and Trump don't want to debate. I think we're gonna. I hope they do. Biden's saying it's because he's worried the moderators won't be fair and they're just gonna attack him. Or Trump is saying that. That makes sense. So that's all we got for the election updates. It's still a while off. As it gets closer, we'll take more time. But we already spent an hour already talking about this. But I'm chilling. I'm not like trying to get through these topics fast. Let's get on to the Crowder stuff. So from the Sun, days after announcing his shocking divorce, Steven Crowder has been slammed by his former Louder with Crowder co-host Dave Landau. I'm pretty sure Landau came out before the divorce announcement came out. So let me preface, I don't think this is anybody's business. Same thing Tim Pool said. I like Tim Pool's take. Tim Pool is the only take that I've heard that I really liked. And then I guess Jeremy from the quartering, but you know, they're just trying to save face and keep the relationship with Crowder, which, you know, I understand. And it's news, so I guess it's there's nothing really going on in the news, so I guess we got to cover this. But basically, Crowder came out with a video saying me and my wife are going through a divorce, basically. So I have the video here. We're going to watch this. I know you guys are probably getting tired about this by now, but this is my first time talking about this or showing this video. And I'm glad because I've had more time to look at this situation. A lot of people have been reacting to it, and I think everybody is off base. Everybody, if you are instantly jumping on the he's an evil husband and that's a bad Christian and what kind of horrible man would say things like that. Listen, this footage that I'm going to play, that I don't even want to play, but I'm going to play it, is the most egregious thing that his wife came up with. Sat on it for 2 years, released through some RE Democrat journalist guy. And like, it's like these people have no idea how the divorce system works and how the man is always at a disadvantage and how, you know, he's rich, she's not. He's going to lose all his money. She can take his kids. She can do all this. It's like people forget that this is a thing. There's whole men's right, and I'm not with the whole men's rights activist stuff because it seems it's kind of the same as like the civil rights movement, but with white people. And I think it's Marxist. Like we're not oppressed or anything, but the system's kind of screwed up, and it leans towards the woman in these situations. And so does the media, and so does people's minds. Oh, she's pregnant. She's 8 months pregnant, and he's so mean. It's emotional abuse. Oh, it's abuse. It's mental abuse. It's verbal abuse. Oh, everything but physical abuse. All these new abuses. Listen, if it's not physical abuse, there's no abuse. Okay, that's not a real thing. Mental abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, spiritual abuse, financial abuse. Cut it out. Cut it out. You sound like a liberal. All the conservatives and all the Christians. And if you're Christian and claim to be, and you're a Democrat, then, well, then you're just an oxymoron. Because there's no such thing. It's why demo is in the name. It's of Satan. So people are turning on Crowder. The Christians are turning on Crowder. The conservatives are turning. Candace Owens. And it's sad because Daily Wire is now like the voice for the conservative movement. And Daily Wire is feminized neocon nonsense. It is not conservative. I mean, yeah, they do some conservative stuff. I appreciate their work with the trans movement and stuff. With Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and stuff like this, but their policy, it's neocon. It's neocon, and this is what's controlling the conservative movement right now. Is Candace Owens, Brett Cooper. You know, the conservative movement's become so feminized that now when you see a man who you have to judge, I'm not one of those guys who say don't judge. You can never judge. We are supposed to judge, but you need to judge righteously. You need to judge a tree by its fruit. And I'd argue that Steven Crowder has done more to bring more young men to God than most mega church pastors, Creflo Dollar types, and Billy Graham types, and then all these other, like, his voice is annoying. He sounds whiny sometimes. I know, I get it, I agree, but the dude puts in work, and his wife married him and knew who he was and knew he had that type of drive and that type of work and that type of ethic where he's going to push and push and push. He's going to be the guy who's always working. Okay. And she knew this was going to happen, but he's going to provide. You're going to be rich. And then when he's, and then she wants to divorce him, and she filed for the divorce. I see other people saying there's a lot of arguments saying he filed for the divorce. She filed. He said, she said. It's all he said, she said. It's none of our business. But we have to talk about it because they're going to try to cast this man in a bad light. They're going to throw shade at him. If Jesus could make it through abortion, if Jesus tried to come back today, if he could make it through abortion, he would probably be called gay. He would probably be attacked by everybody, by the media, thrown under the bus, hit pieces. And, Crowder messed up. He married a trifling bitch. Straight up. And that's not a cuss word. From a Christian, Jesus called the Canaanite woman a dog who bites the hand that feeds. He called a woman a dog. What is a female dog? It's a bitch. So that's not a cuss word. Is there a children in the middle? Both of them should act like parents instead. Both of them would make money out of this. I don't know how he's going to make money. He's going to lose. He's worth $20 million, and she's going to come for half of it. I don't know how he's going to make money out of this. She's going to make money out of this. He needs to be a man and keep his business private. He is accusing people left and right. Get out of here, Floor. You listen to Candace Owens and Brett Cooper. You're whack. And this is the feminine mindset that I'm talking about. This is the feminist mindset I'm talking about. He needs to be a man and keep his business private. Floor, he hasn't said anything about this. Nothing was said about this. I had no idea this was going on. Okay? And I watch his show almost daily, unless he's banned on YouTube. And now I watch it on Rumble. So pretty much daily, I watch his show for 5 years. And I had no idea that this was going on. But people like Candace Owens and the Daily Wire who got mad at him because he didn't sign their contract, they did know about this. And now she's slandering him. And I hope he sues the hell out of Candace. Dang, a woman needs to get in the house and take care of her kids instead of knocking on BLM's door and walking around, soon as the kids pop out of the belly, she's going to work. She needs to get off his nuts. How about that? He's not in the wrong here. He's not pointing fingers and blaming. He literally said nothing about it. He didn't address it. And then he made a 3-minute clip, which we're going to play right now. And this is all he said about it. This is all he said about it. Let's watch the clip, since Florida don't know what she's talking about, apparently.
But, well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021.
He's pointing the finger and blaming everybody. He never said anything about it till this. And this is to his fans. This is to the 6 million people who are subscribed to his channel, who watch his show. He's saying, hey, I got something going on in my life. Listen, if I had something crazy going on in my life, I probably wouldn't tell you guys about it on the stream until it got to the point where I knew it was going to come out. It's called getting out ahead of it. Politicians do it. Celebrities do it. Actors do it. Now, Steve, this has been going on for 2 years. This is not some new thing. And he knew it was going to come out eventually. And when this liberal journalist got in touch with his wife, and now Candace is offering his wife a spot on her show. What a bitch, dude. Candace Owens is a bitch. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? Okay. And saying you could come on my show, telling his wife to come on his show. What the hell is wrong with her? No. So this is all he said to address it to his fans, to say, listen, this has been going on, and he's getting out ahead of it. He knows that this leak, which isn't a leak at all, he knows this leak of this edited, doctored down from 8 minutes down to 3 minutes security footage is going to be dropped. This is the most egregious and horrible thing, but everybody's going to jump on it like it's so bad. It's nothing. It's nothing.
I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't.
This was not my choice. You will hear him repeatedly say, so we can only go off what she's saying and what he's saying. And what she says in the clip we're going to watch next is, we're at an impasse. We can't get through this. We can't get through this. We're at an impasse. I hear her not being reasonable, being, typical woman who probably wants a divorce and wants a nice $10 million check after she has the kids, takes the kids. Like, he's trying to hold it together. And this is what I've seen in most of the time when I see relationships that end with divorce. I think, and maybe I'm biased, but I think it's usually the man trying to hold the relationship together longer than the woman. The woman kind of gives up and just kind of goes crazy. And that maybe the guy's trying to hold it together, but then when the guy snaps, his anger is more destructive. And when the guy snaps, that's it. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's why it's called the bad guy. You never hear the bad girl. And everybody's dogpiling my guy here. That ain't right.
Want to be.
Now, also, let me say, he's probably an asshole. Yes, I'll agree with that. I agree. He's probably cocky. He's probably arrogant. And I know because I see the show. I watch the show, so I know he's cocky. He's arrogant. He's an alpha personality. That's why he is where he is. Same as Tucker Carlson. Same as Alex Jones. Same as even like Gavin McInnes, Glenn Beck. These guys, they're not the guys who are going to say, oh, maybe you're right. They're the guys who are going to say, no, you're not right. No, I'm putting my foot down. And he was the same way with his wife. Big surprise. She knew that. She knew that getting into it. Yes, he's cocky. Yes, he's arrogant. Yes, he's probably an asshole to some people, or quote unquote an asshole, which, depending on how you see it, maybe he's not being an asshole when he tells Dave Landau to stop being late for work. Maybe he's not being an asshole when he has a mute button because it's his show and he doesn't want people talking over him. Listen, if you call me on Discord and we're not having a civil conversation back and forth, you've heard me do it to Freddie many times, and you keep interrupting me and jumping in and talking over me, this is my show. I'm going to mute you. And I don't care. I don't care if people, oh, you're silencing my free speech. This isn't free speech. This is my house. That's his house. Tell him how to run his show. Tell him how to run his business. When you have 6 million subscribers, then tell him how to run his business. Until then, shut up about telling this man how to run his business. You're not as successful as him. This is like the guy whose mom and pop hardware shop is getting closed down, telling Home Depot what price to sell a hammer. Shut up. God.
Married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know my opinions on parenting and families.
Exactly, got your six. And you can hear that throughout the whole thing. She doesn't have control. She wants control. And people will say, he's controlling. He sounds controlling. What's wrong with that? That's not an insult. Being controlling as a man is a virtue. That's not a bad thing. What are you talking about? That's your job as a man, is to be controlling, to control what you can control. Of course, you can't control what you can't control, but control what you can control. And one thing you might want to get in check is your bitch. Sorry about it. Sorry about it, ladies, but you don't act right. But now she's going to take all the money, and everybody's going to think of him as the bad guy. I don't think of him as the bad guy. Did he say some things that were maybe a little too far? Maybe, yeah. He's angry, and should he not get angry at his wife? Yes, he should not get angry at his wife. But she's trying to get a divorce. He's trying to hold the relationship together while she's pregnant with his kids, and she's recording him and then editing the clip and holding it for 2 years and dropping it at a tough time already in his life when he's basically getting let go from YouTube and blah, blah, blah. What a mess. What a messy woman.
Have not changed.
No,
I've always
I'm not.
believed that.
I don't want to dog his wife, but I want to make it clear that they could both be. We don't even know. We don't know what happened before that argument clip. Well, all we know is what they tell us. So let's listen.
Children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted.
No fault divorce. And now this is becoming a conservative thing, looking at no fault divorce. What do you mean no fault divorce? If nobody's at fault, why are you getting divorced? Somebody must be at fault. I think divorce should be illegal, or, and then people won't get married unless they know it's going to be the person they're with forever. And this marriage, I'm going to show some Bible verses when I talk about the Christian's reaction to this and how she needed to divorce him because he's a bad man. All of a sudden they're on the side of divorce. No. Divorce is only okay in death and adultery. Either they're cheating. If they're cheating, you can divorce them. And if they die, you could divorce them. That's about it. Otherwise, you're an adulterer.
When one party wants it, period. So for well over a year,
5 across the eyes.
Well over a year, in the best interest, as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it.
Now that's gossip. That's not, I don't know if that's true. But if it is, then that will be a bigger issue for him to deal with. If that's true, man, Godson.
Privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon.
She was prepping the
and
case.
All this,
facts,
one thing
obviously.
I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that.
Exactly, got your 6. No need for controlling a woman if she just obeys. And that's why I'll say, if they do get divorced, I'm not going to say that's unchristlike, because what was unchristlike is that they got married not under the umbrella of God in the first place. When he says he picked wrong, he's 100% right. His only unchristlike action is that he fell for Jezebel, which Solomon did, which David did, which Adam did, which all throughout the Bible, we've talked about all the different men, the king killers, strong drinking women. He fell for the woman. He fell for the Jezebel. That's his only mistake. That's his mistake. Okay. And if they get divorced, well, they weren't married under the umbrella of God. How do I know that they weren't married under the umbrella of God? Because they got divorced. If you were married under the umbrella of God, divorce would never be a question. Not putting the medication on the dogs and doing the gloves would not be a question. It wouldn't be something that you would quarrel about because it's worthless and stupid. You would just do it. The wife would just do it. If the car was an issue, the husband would just buy a new car.
My children are blameless.
It's the same thing when I said marital rape isn't a thing for a Christian, isn't a thing in a Christian under the umbrella of God wedding. It's not even possible. It's not a concept that we would even dignify. It's because it's not a thing. It wouldn't happen if it was really a marriage under the umbrella of God. This argument would never have happened if it was a marriage. So if they get divorced, I'm not saying that's unchristlike of him. His mistake was picking the wrong one, which is exactly what he says.
Completely without fault. And so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best.
In fact, Floor, the only person he blames is himself. I don't know what you're talking about. He says he picked wrong. He says, I don't want any we're going to listen to it. He says, I don't want any shade on my wife. Now, he calls Candace out for defamation because Candace is a defaming, woman. She's doing exactly what I would anticipate Candace Owens to do.
Best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes.
Asmodeus.
Some,
Asmodeus. Oh, Asmodeus. Solomon fell victim to thousands. Didn't he have 1,000 wives and concubines?
not all, but some of them in positions of power,
Wasn't
influence,
it? I don't know.
leverage,
Maybe you're right.
knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well.
So now here he does point the finger at Candace Owens, but it's not about why him and his wife got divorced. He's pointing the finger at Candace Owens saying, Daily Wire's been extorting me. I didn't accept their contract, and now they're talking trash about me because they've known about this. My friends and people close to me knew, quote unquote, friends. This is why you got to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Because everybody at Daily Wire knew he's been going through a divorce for 2 years. Everybody, I'm sure Jeremy from the Quartering's known. I'm sure Tim Pool knows. I'm sure all these people known, but the public doesn't know. And basically, you think they wouldn't hold that over his head like, oh, we're gonna let them know. And Candace does it in this video clip and then denies it.
Some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Candace's husband.
Stephen has a lot.
Candace's husband ain't getting no sandwiches. Candace's husband is going through withdrawals from sandwiches because his mama used to make him sandwiches. And then he married. Nah, I bet his mama didn't make him sandwiches either because you married like your mama usually. His mama didn't make him no sandwiches. Isn't her husband white? Of course.
Going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on.
You see that she's hinting at it, Floor. You see that, right? You see Candace, this is from months ago when the contract thing happened. You see her hinting at he's got a lot going on. He's got, and she knows that he's going through divorce, and he knows that she knows that she's going through divorce. So when she says things about him, she's speaking to him. He knows what she's saying, and she knows that he knows what she's saying. We didn't know what she was saying, but they know what they're talking about, and he knows. You get what I'm saying?
Their lives. I would like to implore my audience, and
it's like if I told you something secret, Floor, or you knew something about me that other people didn't know, and then you came out with a video addressing me, and you're like, you know, I'm sure if I talked about certain things, I'm sure it might be a problem. You know, you see what I'm saying?
And everybody that isn't paying attention to the situation, not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes
Candace's husband is mildly attractive. It's always a woman that brings a man down. Amazing.
Sometimes people need a scripture.
I know,
Christian,
man.
I am unsure at this moment if
and Candace did it. This other guy's video I'm going to show did it. Everybody's coming at him. Oh, he says he's a Christian. He said, I can't stand that. I can't stand that when you you do something wrong. And this whole thing is the knowledge of good and evil and right and wrong. Something people classify as wrong. You make a mistake, you slip up, and oh, you're supposed to be a Christian. A Christian wouldn't do that.
it is my place to say
Shut
more
up.
than that.
You wouldn't know a
maybe-
Christian if I smacked you in your face.
Maybe if I feel in further defense, something should be said, or maybe if I feel
You're
that
a
the
dog
public
that
has a
bites you.
right
You're a
to
snake.
understand certain circumstances.
People act like Jesus was this nice little soft little fun guy. It's a little socialist Jesus. Jesus was calling people dogs, snakes, pit viper. You're a pit of viper. He was flipping over. He was walking in the church saying, what are y'all doing in my church? Flipping the table over. Get out of here, you pit of vipers, you snakes. Why do you bite the hand that feeds you, woman? He called his mother woman. He said, woman. His mom said, Jesus, could you turn this water into wine for me real quick? He said, woman, I'll do it when I dang well feel like, please, when I please to do it. And then he did it. he said, I'm not on your time. I'm on my time. And then as soon as he said that to her, he went and did it. Just so he said that just to show that woman doesn't control him. His mama doesn't control him. He does what he wants to do. So he told her no, and then he went and did it anyway. Because he's a good son. But you don't tell Jesus what to do. What the? Pop across the eyes.
Circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to feel real dumb after the discovery comes out. A lot of people jump into a lot of conclusions, don't know what they're talking about.
And it also
and are just disregarding common sense. Just look at the world. What do you come on? What do you really think? What do you really think's happening here?
By the way, it makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion.
It just so happened Jesus wanted wine anyway. Yeah, Jesus like, listen, woman, I'm not here to do your bidding. Back off. Let me be me. I'm Jesus. And he's like, actually, you know, we do need to get some wine up in this party. This thing popping. Let me go. Let me go make this wine up real quick.
I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love.
He's also very emotional. He's an emotional guy. Not super emotional, but and you know I've seen him cry numerous times on episodes. But you could tell he's about to cry here. So for all the heartless people, he's not a Christian. He said a mean word to the pregnant woman.
Is the mother of my children, and she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own.
It's no one's fault but my own. And you see Floor here. I'm going to use you as an example, Floor, because this is what women do. This is what women do. They hear something, and then they like it goes into their brain, and they flip it around and twist it and work it around, and then they repeat it out. You just said, and it's nothing. It's nowhere near what the person just said. Oh my gosh, I see this so much with my mom, with Floor, with all the ladies in my life, and just women in general. They'll hear something. I'm not gonna say a name, but there was a person. There was a lady who, basically after the Kanye interview with Alex Jones, when he said, "I love Hitler, but nobody should be killing anybody. I don't believe in war. I don't think there should be war at all. I don't think anybody should be killing anybody. But some people kill people, but I still have to love my enemy." And that's basically what he said. And then this one girl's like, he just basically said that he loves killing Jews. And I'm like, wait, what? Wait, how did you get that from that? What part of the conversation was any of that said? So Floor says he just keeps blaming everybody else and pointing the finger. At what part of any of his addresses to this is he blaming somebody else? it's crazy. Women, I don't know how y'all do that. I don't know how you could take a sentence and flip it to mean the total opposite thing, but still sound like the first thing just a little bit.
In that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud.
Look at that gun violence on Crowder's desk. What's up, Spike?
I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children.
Enough of this. We're spending too much.
Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full.
And I respect the way he's handling it. He's just moving on. He did the show. He did the show today. No mention of it. No talk about it. Just keep going with the show. The show moves. The show will go on. Okay. But you see the media's all, spinning it their own way. Steven Crowder releases threatening statement after shot video shows him berating pregnant wife. More importantly, the reaction from the snakes. I got one more. I got the clip. 5 and Deacon's vid. Yeah, we got 2 more clips. Shock jock Steven Crowder released a statement on Friday addressing the bombshell report from independent journalist Yashar Ali. So this Yashar Ali, which Tim Pool says is a leftist, big tech, big Democrat guy, Yashar Ali, a pattern of abusive behavior. And what that was that we just watched was Crowder getting out ahead of it. So the story's going to drop. You get out ahead of it. You say, look, he was trying to keep it private. He didn't want to talk about it. He never brought it up over 2 years, never said anything about his wife, never said a bad word about his wife. Nothing. Nothing at all. No mention of it until 2 years later, the divorce is going through. This is the worst dirt we could dig up. And this journalist wants to make a name for himself, wants to get some clout, wants to stir up a little dirt. Says, I'm coming out with this story. And he says, all right, let me get out ahead of it. And he comes out and he does the announcement. And all the usual suspects, the Destinys, the Hassans, the H3H3s are all saying, Crowder. Well, actually, Destiny's being very fair with it too. Destiny and Tim Pool have been being very fair. All the other commentators that I've been listening to talking about this, because it's like the big thing, they're not being fair. Destiny's actually being fair. Destiny was the one, his show was where they showed that the clip is edited. So we're going to skip through this clip. It's a 3-minute clip edited down from 8 minutes. This is the clip. We're not going to spend too much time with this clip. But I don't know if you guys can see it, but the timer is down here. So I will tell you every time this timer skips.
You refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries. American groceries. I have steaks. Would pellets.
Now, you don't know what happened before this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, my ribs are beeping. I'll be right back. Hours, 30 minutes, about 30 more minutes. Okay. Ribs are still in the oven for 30 more minutes. Now I took the foil off. So, you don't know anything that happened before this. You don't know what led up to this. For all we know, they've been arguing in the house. He's trying to get away from it. He's trying to get some space between them. He walks outside to have a cigar and relax. and just breathe. She follows him outside. Maybe that's not the case. I'm just saying we don't know. We don't know. There's no context. You have no context.
My grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it.
Candace is
How about
whack.
you first?
Candace has been whack. Okay? Candace is a puppet. She'll say whatever, whoever she's working, whatever media conglomerate she's working for, she'll read the script.
Hillary, how do you respect women? Yes. How do you, man? I'm a man. You see love. No.
Also, so everybody's talking about the car. The big topic is the car. Why does he only have one car? What kind of rich guy only has one car? Okay, and then people are saying, you know, some narcissists will use the one car as a way to entrap the wife. Listen, if she wants to go somewhere, she could go buy her own damn car. Go buy a car, lady. You want a car? He doesn't want to let you drive his car that he paid for? Go buy your own car. If you really don't like it, either follow the rules or go buy your own car. It's not that hard. Ride a bike. Get an Uber. He says get an Uber. So the car thing is a big topic of conversation. It's stupid. All the conversation about this is dumb. It's all stupid. And I'm doing it myself right now because I'm kind of dumb. Look at the body language. Look at the body language. You need to put a dang shirt on. How about that? Here's some points I'm not hearing people make. First point, put a dang shirt on. Ugh. Ain't nobody trying to see that big old belly. Second point, if she wants to drive somewhere, she can go buy her own car. Third point, men, if you're married to a woman, do not put a Ring camera in your house, okay? Because the second you slip up, it's going to be used to take 10 mil from you. The one time, fourth point I'm not seeing a lot of people bring up. This is the worst. This is the worst she has. This is the worst, most damning evidence against this man. Is this argument right here? If people are acting like this is horrible. Like, oh my God, people are so soft nowadays. Everybody's soft. Everybody thinks like a woman. Floor, when you responded the way you responded, I expected that because you're a woman. I get it. But I'm seeing a lot of men acting very dang feminine over this issue right here. Put a shirt on, no Ring cameras, buy your own car, and give the dog his medication and take him for a walk. It's not that hard, lady. The glove thing is another thing everybody's talking about. They're saying, well, maybe he wanted her to wear gloves because she's supposed to give the dog a medication, but she says she can't give the dog a medication. And this is all speculation from people on the internet. They're saying, this guy's like a veterinary expert Destiny had on his show to talk about this. He's like, well, you know, some medications are not safe for pregnant women, so they're not supposed to handle them. And he's saying put on gloves to give the dog its medication. She shouldn't even be handling the medication even with gloves. So blah, blah, blah. Listen, maybe he was weird about COVID. Maybe he's just saying put on some gloves because it's COVID time. This is happening in the middle of COVID. When he talks about, let's listen.
No, you're not taking the car. You're not taking the car.
You're not taking the car. Everybody's flipping out about that. Maybe the last time she took the car out to the grocery store, she was actually banging the mailman. We don't know. I don't want to talk trash about his wife. I'm not, that's not what I'm doing. Well, the belly thing was kind of talking trash. She need to put on a bigger shirt. But I'm not saying that she was actually doing this. I'm not trying to imply she was cheating on him or anything like that. But we don't know is the point. We don't know because we don't have the full context. We have a 3-minute clip down from 8. If you watch the timer here, it starts at one time, it ends at another time. It's an 8-minute clip condensed down to 3 minutes and 26 seconds. And then I've heard people arguing, well, it's the Ring cam. It's the way the Ring cam records. Nah, that's not consistent. I don't think so. She edited this up. There's weird cuts at weird times. And it leads him into saying, like when he says, I don't love you. It's after a weird cut. You don't know. I'll give you an example of something.
You are not.
Then I will ask them to.
So just for a thought experiment, let's say Last time she took the car out, she was dang old. They calling her blockhead because she was giving her a blockhead. No, okay. I need to stop. The belly is a non-issue. Get in my belly. She'll divorce him and turn lesbian. You think so? She's 8 months pregnant in her house. At that stage, the body temp goes up because the hormones and almost 7-pound babies. Nothing wrong with showing her belly. Okay. All right. Yes, the timestamp jumps forward. It is definitely edited. They're arguing that that's just the way the ring cam records. But yeah, I guess in her own house. But she ain't going to the dang grocery store like that. Nope. But last time she took the car out to the grocery store, she was running around the dang town. Who knows? We don't know. Maybe that was the case, and that's why I say no. Nope, no more trips to the grocery store for you in my car. Nope. Last time the seats were a mess.
Would you like me to ask?
The belly is for optics, great for court. Oh,
Okay, Stephen.
so true. So true, got your 6. And do you think this isn't like set up by her? Like, come on. She was putting together a divorce case for years. Let me wait till he's on his downtime. Because I know he hates when I go talk to him while he's trying to have his cigar after work. I know he hates when I go out on the back porch and bother him and just in his ear after he's had a long day at work and he wants to sit on the back porch and have a cigar. And I know he sits right here. Let me position the ring camera directly over where he usually sits to have his relaxing after work cigar. And then let me go out here and wear this shirt that makes it very clear that I'm pregnant and go out here and just yap in his ear and see what he does. And I bet you we're going to get a perfect clip for the divorce courts. So I can take a nice $10 million check. Half.
I can't. Feeling some constraints?
Barefooted and pregnant. Oh my God, the optics. You're so right about the optics, dude. The barefooted pregnant thing. And I hear the liberal commentator, H3H3's like, she's literally barefoot and pregnant, and this scumbag is telling her, la 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 la. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me.
Just like a chicken head.
I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think.
Also, the way that part's edited, it sounds like he's saying if you and this was what Tim Pool was saying, and I heard this too. It sounds like she says, can I take the car? And he says, if you take the car, I'm stuck here, basically. But that's not the way that it's cut. She says, can I take the car? And he says, and then it cuts. And he's like, I've been stuck here. I can't go see my friends. And I think they're talking about COVID. So that's why these cuts are weird. And the conversation is not fluent. The conversation is not fluid. It's not flowing like a normal conversation because there are cuts. You can watch it on the timer down here. Whether it's due to the wife doing it maliciously, cutting it to make it look like he's saying certain things, or if it is actually because of the way the ring camera records in 60-second increments, and then if there's no motion, but there's constant motion here. She's moving, he's moving. So I don't like that argument that it's the ring camera's fault that there are cuts in the video. But regardless of whether the wife did it or the ring camera did it, it's still not a complete video. So even if you had the full 8-minute video, you still don't have the context of what happened before this. But now you don't have the context before, and you don't even have the context of the full conversation, because even if the ring camera did it, there's cuts. At one point, the time actually jumps backwards, and they say that's all due to technological stuff with the ring camera. But the point still stands. This is not a complete conversation. You don't hear everything. So when it doesn't make sense in some parts and you start speculating, and I know I'm speculating too. I'm just speculating the converse to what everybody is automatically thinking. Don't go with the crowd. The crowd is usually wrong.
How boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
Say a bunch of fake I love yous like clockwork. I love you, I love you, I love you. I'm trying my hardest. We're at an impasse. Oh, you got to make sure you mention that they're abusive. You got to make sure you mention the abuse. Your abuse is intolerable. We're at an impasse. You got to make sure you say all the keywords, because this is the video that you're going to use in divorce court to get $10 million. Make sure it's good.
You'll be back when you're back. It doesn't work either. Do you understand?
I am gonna say I meant to make a soundboard out of that, like H3H3 did. It doesn't work either. I'm gonna make a soundboard out of that because, like, that was super. That was super whiny and.
Beta.
So to be a little, just to show that I'm fair and balanced here, and I'm not trying to just be balanced. I'm not trying to just be biased towards the boy Crowder. Just to be fair and balanced, I'm gonna say when he says that doesn't work either.
Beta.
That's super beta.
And the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back.
I'll be back when I'm back. That's another thing too. Who's going to the grocery store and gonna be back when I'm back? You're taking my car to go to the grocery store. I know the grocery store is actually some guy named Robert. And and you're gonna be back when you come back. That could be 3 weeks from now. Last time she went to the grocery store, she was gone for 8 days. Now she wants to go to the grocery store again. He's like, no, walk the dog, woman. Go sit inside. You're pregnant with my kids. You're not going out to the grocery store for 3 days again.
The only way out of it is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline and respect.
As far as like, he is doing a change my mind on her. The way he talks and changed my mind. The way he talks on the show, he talks like that in real life. And she knew that when she married him. So I don't want to hear none of that. He's cocky or he's controlling or he's an asshole. She married him because she loved that about him. Because women do look for that. But then once she gets to a certain point where she's like, oh, I could just walk away from this and take the kids, take the money. Maybe she doesn't even want the kids. Maybe she leaves the kids with him. Who knows? She could come out with a lot of money for not a lot of work. Ain't no $10 million worth of work in the world that she did. I don't care how many dogs medication she administered. I don't care how many grocery store trips she took. She did not earn $10 million. No.
There you go. You throw your hand. You give up. So
Peace out later, broski bear.
You give up. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. We said then we're at an impasse.
No, we are at an impasse.
My dad went to get groceries and never came back. Right. You think you should just be giving out your car keys for people to take grocery trips? Do you know how that could end? You may never see your wife, your kids, or your car again if you just let them go get groceries. Is you crazy?
I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get.
Shows how immature they are. I don't know. I think you're wrong.
Okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I think you're wrong again.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go,
No.
look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair.
And you know what he's learning here? Here's his fatal flaw. What he just said. He said, I don't receive love from you. And this is what JLP always talks about. This was his fatal flaw. He was looking for love in a woman. And women don't have love to give. And Jesse says that all the time, and people lose their minds and freak out. What do you mean women don't have love to give? Because that's not the order of God. Agape, true love. Not mama's love, not philia, not soto, not eros, not any of these worldly fallen state loves. But agape, God's love, comes from God through Christ into man, through the man into the woman, and from the woman into the children. A woman cannot give a husband love. That's not her job. And it's not his job to be receiving love from her. That was his fatal flaw. And he said, I've been trying to get love from you, and I've never gotten it. And he's acting kind of
beta
in that situation. He's acting beta. He's looking for love in a woman. You don't look for love in a woman as a man. Your job is to give her love and to bring her out of the hell that she's in. He's not doing that for her. He's busy looking for love from her. You'll never get it. You can look and look and look. You won't get it. That's not the way the order works. It has to go from you into her. You pull her out of the hell she's in. She's susceptible to Satan because she's a woman. Sorry about it. You can say it's not true and not believe it. I don't care. It's true.
It's up there and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right then and become someone, as you need, day in and day out, worthy of a wife, no, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go, I'll text me what you need, I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not trying to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to you. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do?
Look how he's trying so hard to stay calm. Like he wants to snap right now, and he's not doing it. I see restraint. I see a man showing restraint. I see a man in probably the worst time that he's ever been at in his life, dealing with a dang Jezebel, suffering because of a bad decision he made. And he's doing all he can to keep it calm and keep it together.
Are you committed enough to do anything? Are you committed enough to do anything? I'm good. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs? No, you take that.
And then you get this. This is from the journalist. As Crowder head inside, Stephen gets angrier and angrier and by his admission screams, "I will F you up," at his pregnant wife, who then flees her home. It's convenient that part, arguably, other than when he said, "I don't love you," that was, you know, shouldn't say that to your wife. It's your job as a man to love her. But, you know, we know that he was looking for love from the woman, but it's funny. The worst thing he could say, the only actual like close thing to, and even if he did say this, like it's not that big of a deal to me. I don't care. I don't think it's whatever. You know, we're looking at somebody in probably the worst time to be watching them, and we're watching the video of it. It's ridiculous. But if he did say that, I don't care. But if he didn't, it's kind of convenient that or if he did say it, it's kind of convenient that they don't have it on tape. What am I trying to say? It's convenient that the worst thing he said isn't on tape. And we just got to go off this journalist's hearsay, word of mouth. Not admissible in court. So that's that. What a mess. What a mess. We got things from Discord. Let me see. Oh.
I do a bounty.
Hold on, it's replaying. I'm not supposed to be replaying. I'm trying to see if this guy messaged me because we're about to watch it. We maybe won't. Maybe we won't. We spent a lot of time on this stuff. It's almost 8 o'clock. He should have never stood up. Yeah. What a mess. It's just, I don't like it. And I like Crowder. I think the show has great production value. It's funny. He kind of helped him and JLP and Trump are like the reasons I got into politics. And then later, a little bit of Ben Shapiro. And then some guys like Slightly Offensive, Fleckus Talks, stuff like that pulled me into this world. And I've, you know, Slightly Offensive doesn't do a show anymore. Still listen to Fleckus, still listen to Crowder, still listen to JLP, still listen to Trump. But, yeah, and I know his voice gets kind of annoying sometimes and kind of whiny. I agree with that. He does get kind of emotional sometimes. Yes, I agree with that. But, you know, if my dog dies, if Echo dies and I come on a stream and I cry a little bit, people are going to make fun of me, but I'm all right with it. They're going to really freak out when I eat him. That's a joke. I'm not actually going to eat my dog. Gerald is naked in their bedroom? What? That's gossip. That's not true. That video didn't change my mind. Yeah, my mind's not changed. Let me see. I think I got his reaction to that video coming out, which was not done on his show. Let's see. Why can't I hear it?
On my ongoing divorce on Tuesday, requesting privacy in the best interest of the family, but also by court order agreed upon by all parties. Look, broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course, included. I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent misleadingly edited leaks to the tabloid press without context and not subject to consequences of the court,
Facts.
well, if not privacy, the next best option is truth. So today, I have filed a motion to officially unseal all files as they relate to the matter of legal record, finances, relevant medical records, including mental health history or evaluations, depositions, and any motions or sanctions.
She pushed his hand. She pushed his hand. You play with the bear, you get bit.
From the courts of Texas. I will not be leaking private marital information to the press, but if the privacy agreements are not respected by all parties, I will address all that is a matter of irrefutable legal record in full context next week. I commented on my...
And then this is the guy that I emailed him. I was going to see if he wanted to come on the show and talk about it. But just to give you an idea of like what Christians and stuff are saying.
Daily Wire just didn't add up. And I'm like, okay, both these people in my mind, at that point at least, had integrity, and I don't understand why they're having a dispute, and it's a lot of he said, she said. But now here you have another incident, him with his wife, and now it's basically come out that Steven Crowder appears to be a full-on narcissist.
A full-on narcissist.
And for the record, I just want to say that one of the safest...
And an abuser. Liberal words.
Safest, full of...
Liberal words. Emotional abuse, mental abuse, verbal abuse.
In the name of Christ-like love. So I personally have met people like Stephen in the church, and their behavior flew under the radar for a long time.
What behavior? Being firm with your wife? So for this guy, and I was messaging him back and forth, let's listen to some of his...
The reason I'm making this video is not to just make one more reaction video. If you claim to be a Christian, then a Christian standard applies to you. You have to act like Christ. You have to obey his commandments. And one of those commandments is to love your wife as if she were your own flesh. And there is nothing about his interaction with his wife.
How is that? But see, this is a soft version of love. How is that not love?
Right now, that demonstrates that.
She should also obey her husband. Let's see if he touches on any of that.
This woman is 8 months pregnant, and he is berating her. And
berating her? He's like whispering.
Obviously, it can be hard to watch.
You can he's like, listen. He's staying calm.
I absolutely reasonable with her. Now, as always, innocent till proven guilty, both in the court.
Then why are you already condemning
and in the eyes of Christian people? The best that I can personally say about Steven Crowder is neither he nor I should have any assurance of his Christianity. He is him by play.
I want to get to what this guy says about divorce.
Yeah, an idea. This is a woman like that has every right to divorce a man like that.
Really? A woman like that has every right to divorce a man like that. Wives, in the same way, submit yourselves to your own husbands. This is 1 Peter 3:1. So that if any of them do not believe the word, they may be won over without words by the behavior of their wives. Now, I would not be won over by the behavior of his wife. That is why a man leaves his father and mother is to unite to his wife, and they become one flesh. Yes, it has been said, anyone who divorces his wife must give her a certificate of divorce. But I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality makes her the victim of adultery, and anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. That's Matthew 5:31-32. Mark 10:2-12. This is all basically repeating because Moses talks about a man giving a certificate of divorce. And it was because your hearts were hard that Moses wrote you this law. But at the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother to be united with his wife to become one flesh. It's just the same thing repeated. But anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery against her. And if she divorces her husband and marries another man, she commits adultery. Anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery. A woman is bound to her husband as long as he lives. But if her husband dies, she is free to marry anyone she wishes, but he must belong to the Lord. However, each one of you also must love his wife as he loves himself, and the wife must respect her husband. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. So it's convenient how he leaves out. He talks about the one flesh, but he leaves out respect her husband, obey her husband, submit to her husband, and she cannot divorce him. Convenient. Conveniently leaving out things.
I, in particular, am thinking
Dude's a
about
female.
this
We need his
passage
internet
in
history
1
while he's joking.
Corinthians chapter 7. In verse 12 and following, to the rest I say,
Now look, he's going to take a verse that explicitly forbids divorce except for the case of adultery and death. And he's going to twist it to say, well, they're having an argument and she's pregnant and he said some mean things, so she's definitely within her rights to divorce him by Christian standards.
not the Lord, that if any brother has a wife who's an unbeliever and she consents to live with him, he should not divorce her. If any woman has a husband who's an unbeliever and he consents to live with her, she should not divorce him. For the unbelieving wife is made holy, or unbelieving husband is made holy because of his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy because of her husband. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy. But if the unbelieving partner separates, let it be so. So my understanding is that Steven Crowder is filing for divorce, not his wife.
Wrong. Where did you get that information from? Destiny? Where'd you get that information? You didn't go from the horse's mouth, because if you listen to what Crowder said, so this guy obviously hasn't even listened to Crowder's side of it. He's only listened to probably liberals on the internet who are saying Crowder's an evil man. Because, and actually, from everything I've looked at, she wanted the divorce. He hired a lawyer because she wanted to get the divorce. She was filing for a divorce. She filed for the divorce. Every news source is reporting on that. So, you're wrong. Deacon Ben Gross, 268 subscribers. Go check him out. I invited him on the show. The comments are pretty balanced. It's almost all women saying he's a horrible man, blah, blah, blah. Queen Bee, judgment isn't our job. That's God's job, and I'm pretty sure he isn't hiring. This girl's base. Thank you. His behavior was appalling and gross. I don't care what the context was. You don't care what the context was? Well, that's just dumb. He's clearly being incredibly rude and stressing out his 8-month-old wife. But yeah. So anyway, I messaged him, and I don't know where my message is at. It was... Here we go. You have no context and watched an edited clip and are judging a man going through probably one of the toughest times in his life. Lame. Super lame for sure, but hey, it's Christian reaction, right? Nothing Christian about this, said this guy that's based. I stand by this video. This video is not the only place he's been seen acting like this. You didn't even watch his... So we're responding to this guy right now, but I told him to call into the show. He's not in chat. Maybe he's the guy that jumped in chat and said, "Are you a conservative?" and then dipped. Maybe he's one of them liberal progressive Christians. Maybe. I'm not judging. I'm just saying maybe. I don't know.
And I think by doing so...
But you judge a tree by its fruit. And the fruit I'm seeing here is false judgment. The fruit I'm seeing here is feminine and hateful and angry. The fruit I'm seeing from Crowder is he came out and addressed it like a man. He's not blaming anybody except himself. He's saying he picked the wrong woman. He made a mistake. And he's suffering because of it. And that's pretty based. And the fruit I see from Crowder's life to show that he is a Christian is his success while glorifying God, while admittedly being a Christian. If you're openly a Christian on YouTube and you're professing that you're a Christian, and they do their Ash Wednesdays, they talk about the Bible, that's not the focus of the show, but they make it very clear that it is a Christian show, right? And you're still successful, you're still one of the biggest conservative voices on the internet, that's fruit. That's fruit. Whether this guy likes it or not, Crowder is putting the word of God into more ears than this guy or me will ever do in our lives. Crowder does it every day. So that is fruit. But anyway, it's a lot of reactions like this.
This is not a peaceful relationship that we're looking at. And God would want that woman, if she truly is a Christian woman, to be at peace. God hates divorce, but more than that, I believe he hates an unholy marriage, a marriage in which the husband is not acting like a husband.
There's no such thing as an unholy marriage. It wouldn't be. There's an unholy civil union, but marriage is under the umbrella of God. So it's not an unholy marriage. It's just not really a marriage. It's just a civil union. It's something, maybe they get married on paper for the tax purposes, so on and so forth, but they were never married. And I'm not saying this about Crowder, but I'm saying a couple who is not married under the umbrella of God was never actually married. It's not an unholy marriage. It's just a fake marriage.
Husband, or the wife is not acting like a wife. And Steven Crowder is being a tyrant. God gave authority in a marriage to a husband, but he wants him to use that authority correctly. He doesn't want him to be a tyrant or a coward. He wants him to be a servant. He wants a man to wash his wife. Steven Crowder is doing the opposite. He is just adding to her anxiety.
Wash my wife? Hey, I ain't washing nothing.
That it's not possible to know, is Steven Crowder a Christian?
Did he say wash or watch? I'll watch my wife make a sandwich, but I ain't washing her. Is you crazy? All right, enough of this. We read our verses about our Bible verses about that. Last thing on this topic, we'll play the Candace clip while I go get my ribs out of the oven, just to show snaky, jive talking, deceiving. Needs to go take care of her babies instead of being talking about conservative politics and being token. Candace Owens. Let's watch this. You guys watch this clip. You're gonna suffer with this. You're gonna suffer with this while I go get my ribs out of the oven.
And I want to prep you. I want you to know this is horrific video. It is very difficult to watch. It's
horrific.
Especially difficult to.
It's this horrific video. It's very difficult to watch. It's not horrific video. It's not difficult to watch. It's just a guy and his wife having an argument, and it's not even a very crazy argument. It's like literally the chillest argument. Like if these people had a Ring camera. In some of my fights that I've been in with some ladies, dang, man, dang. Now, I wasn't I was Christian, but I wasn't trying to live that Christian life back then. I was running away from it. So I was crazy back then. But dang, if this is a horrific video, God forbid, Candace would lose her mind if she saw one of my arguments. Oh, man. I debate Freddie harder than freaking Crowder argues with his wife. This is not a horrific video. All right, listen to Candace. Let me go get my ribs and take a pee break real quick. I'll be right back. I shouldn't have said the P word. People don't like the P word. I'll be right back, guys.
Watch, because in this footage, she is 8 months pregnant. And the video essentially reveals just how emotionally abusive he has been. And she is alleging that he has been emotionally abusive to her. And this video all but confirms it. I cannot even comprehend how any man can speak to a woman like that, least of all when she is 8 months pregnant. And sadly, that isn't the worst part of that correspondence. The journalist that dropped this video is Yashar Ali. It reads, Hillary is currently living alone in Dallas apart from her family and support system in Michigan and is focused on taking care of her young children. She is not prepared at this time to speak about her divorce becoming public or the misleading statements made by Steven about their relationship. The truth is that Hillary spent years hiding Steven's mentally and emotionally abusive behavior from her friends and family while she attempted to save their marriage. She was the one who was asking to work on their relationship to keep the marriage intact for their unborn child. In June of 2021, Steven left their home to pursue elective surgery. That's very important. I want you to remember that. I'm going to come back to that point. Hillary urged him to get the help he needed to address his abuse with the hope that their marriage could be saved and they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Steven refused to do so and chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. After the birth, Steven bought a townhouse and left their home permanently. Hillary was not aware that Steven hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. There is significant documentation substantiating these facts. I want you to remember that portion as well, because that's another lie that Steven has told publicly. We hope that Steven will cease from speaking publicly about these personal matters in an untruthful manner. We also look forward to there being full transparency in the legal process, so there is fairness and accountability for the actions that caused the divorce and to ensure the outcome is what is in the best interests of the young children. According to his wife, this was an elective surgery, really a cosmetic surgery, because Stephen didn't like the way that his chest looked because he had a sunken chest. And it was not something that was actually required to save his life. And yet we see that same pattern of behavior. Stephen garnering a ton of affection and prayers from his followers purporting to be the victim, when in fact the facts don't line up with his narrative. The second portion that I'd like to point to is where it says Hillary was not aware that Stephen hired a divorce attorney. This stands in stark contrast to what he told his followers when he said how hard divorce was and how difficult and horrific it had been and how he really didn't want it, and just, Texas is a no-fault divorce state. What is the truth here? I don't know. Obviously, right now we have his wife's word versus Stephen's word, but given my personal experience with Stephen, I am very much inclined to believe his wife. He writes, in audio files and text messages that I reviewed, Stephen Crowder admits to some of his faults, which include a volcanic temper, repeatedly and at times regretfully. But according to sources that I spoke to who are familiar with their relationship, Crowder's admissions often came after a sustained period of mental and emotional abuse, and he didn't seem to be able to control his impulses. There just seemed to be a lot of signs that he is not able to control his emotions. And so the question that I will ask is, how many people are going to allege abuse from Stephen Crowder before we listen? Before we stop saying he's one of us because he says things that he agrees with? We purport that we are the party of family values. How can you look at that video and defend?
How can you look at, I'll do it right now. Candace, you want to see me do it? How can you defend a couple who just had twins getting divorced, Candace, and the wife taking half in a no-fault divorce? How can you defend that, Candace? I'll defend him right now. He's a good man. He works hard. He's providing for his family and his kids and his grandkids and his grandkids' grandkids. And you're hating on him. He's built an empire. And you're hating on him because he got in an argument with his wife? Candace is scum.
Him in any way. Do you believe that all of these various different parties, the majority of them who have never...
And if Crowder had signed with Daily Wire, they wouldn't be talking about this. They would be defending him. It's infighting. It's ridiculous. It's infighting for clout. And Daily Wire already has clout. But they want more clout. They want to be bigger than Crowder. I think combined, all their stuff combined, they are bigger than Crowder. But each individual, I'm not sure. I haven't checked Shapiro. I think Matt Walsh has like 2 million. I think Michael Knowles is around 2 million. Ben Shapiro is probably the only one close to Crowder's 6 million, almost 6 million. It smells like jealousy. It smells like KY jelly up in here. KY jealousy, peanut butter and jealousy.
Spoken to each other. I've never spoken to the computer. I've never spoken to David Landau. I've never spoken to Hillary Crowder. I've never spoken to Owen Benjamin. Do you believe that all of these people, as is the paranoid narrative that Stephen Crowder is presenting, are working maybe in collusion with big tech to try to destroy him?
I don't think that they're working in collusion with big tech to try to destroy him. That's not the argument. The argument is people always are going to hate on the guy on top. People are always going to hate their boss. Always. I hated every boss I ever worked for after a while, but I liked them in the beginning. After you work with them for a while, you're like, I don't like this person anymore. People are mad at their boss, especially if their boss doesn't do exactly what they want their boss to do. So yes, disgruntled employees. Oh, he's got disgruntled employees and a wife who's divorcing him to take all of his money and his kids. Is that like every guy in a position of power, especially when they're trying to do the right thing, has that situation? This happened to Trump. It happens to anybody in position of power. They're basically Me Tooing our boy Crowder. She just mad. Yeah.
Or.
And the part where Candace invites his wife on to her show, that is the scummiest crap. That's trash.
Do you believe it's plausible that Stephen Crowder is just a monster?
I think
personally
you're a monster.
believe that he's a monster.
You're a monster. He physically and emotionally and mentally abused her all.
And that is, by the way, Stephen, if you're watching, I'm not trying to extort you. I am just simply telling the truth.
Whatever, Candace. this. All right. But that's it from that. All that stuff. We covered all that stuff. Let's move on. I got still on a main story. We're going slow today. We keep on kind of just chilling and just talking and stuff. I gotta go grab some ribs, let them cool down for a little bit. But so we got two other stories in the main story news. First, we'll talk about Desantis being sued by Disney. So Disney sues Florida governor. This is from CNBC. Disney sues Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, alleges political effort to hurt its business. Walt Disney Company sued Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, alleging the Republican governor has waged a relentless campaign to weaponize government power over the company. The suit dramatically escalates the feud between DeSantis, who is expected to become a top Republican contender in the 2024 presidential race, and Disney. The lawsuit was filed the same day that a DeSantis-backed board moved to undo a development deal that it says Disney struck to thwart its power. So, this goes back to what they called the Don't Say Gay bill, the Parental Rights and Education bill, which is a perfectly sensible and logical bill. Let's not teach sex stuff to people who are under third grade, 8-year-olds. Let's not teach after third grade. You can teach them all the nasty sex stuff you want. You can tell them about ass play and blood sport and all that crap that is in sex ed books for kids. Yeah, that's fine after third grade, but not before third grade. And that's some horrible Don't Say Gay bill that doesn't even mention the word gay anytime in the bill. And after that, DeSantis has been cracking down on Disney, taking some of their benefits away because they're seeping this stuff into the media for the children. Walt Disney Co. sued Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Wednesday, alleging the Republican has waged, I already read that. The federal lawsuit alleges that DeSantis orchestrated at every step a campaign to punish Disney that now threatens the company's business. The move dramatically escalated the drawn-out feud between DeSantis, who is expected to become top Florida Republican presidential race, blah, blah, blah. We read that. Fight began last year when Disney came out against a Florida bill limiting classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity, dubbed Don't Say Gay by critics. Soon after, the governor and his allies targeted the special tax district that has allowed Disney to essentially self-govern its Florida operations since the 1960s. And so he did this. Disney sued, and that's happening. So let's see what CNN's saying about it. Disney sues DeSantis and Oversight Board after vote to nullify agreement with special taxing district. Walt Disney Parks and Resorts on Wednesday sued Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his handpicked Oversight Board, accusing the Republican 2024 presidential prospect of weaponizing his political power to punish the company for exercising its free speech rights. The law. I'm so tired of free speech stuff. We don't have any. This is not a Christian or conservative nation anymore. What are we conserving? We're giving atheists guns and the ability to say whatever they want, and that decays the nation. The lawsuit was filed in federal court minutes after the board appointed to DeSantis to oversee Disney's special taxing district sought to claw back its power from the entertainment giant, voting to invalidate an agreement struck between Disney and the previous board in February, just before that board's dissolution. What they created is an absolute legal mess, okay? It will not work, said Martin Garcia, chairman of the DeSantis-picked Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board of Supervisors. So that's happening. Vivek Ramaswamy has weighed in on it. I've been checking this guy out. He's pretty cool, but he's going after our boy DeSantis. Swipes at DeSantis on Disney. This is from Politico. GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy made a dig at one of his likely opponents, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, over the governor's public battle with Disney. Here's where Ron DeSantis really lost it here. He's gone on the wrong path as he claimed, and this part actually sounded good to me. Disney should have never had crony capitalists lobbying related privileges in the first place. Facts. So Ramaswamy's arguing that since Disney, why was Disney given those tax privileges in the first place? Well, guess who gave them that? Here's the part he doesn't mention. One of those crony capitalist privileges was, and I think the most relevant one, was codified into law by none other than Ron DeSantis in 2021. Ramaswamy added, referencing reports that DeSantis' staff worked with Disney to provide an exemption from a law that the governor signed that put restrictions on tech companies over social media usage. So in DeSantis's attempts to silence tech companies. He gives special rights to Disney, which led to this whole ordeal in the first place. That exemption undermines the credibility of his crusade, Ramaswamy said. DeSantis' battle with Disney began after the Florida Republican passed a bill to limit discussion, blah, blah, blah. We already read that. The governor has ramped up his attacks on the company in recent weeks, moving once again to strip Disney of its self-governing status after earlier being outfoxed by Disney's lawyers and suggesting, apparently jokingly, that the state build a prison near the Florida theme park. Disney has sued, saying it is being discriminated against over political speech. So that should be interesting. Ramaswamy, a lot of people turning on DeSantis, probably similar to the Crowder thing. You know, you turn on the guy you're most threatened by, your biggest threat, the biggest competition, the biggest challenger. That's the guy you go after. Try to discredit them to make yourself bigger. I think that's what Ramaswamy's doing here. But he's kind of based. He's Indian, but he's kind of based. I wouldn't vote for him, but you know, if he was the only option other than Biden, I would vote for him. But that's about it. But yeah. So that's it for that story. Not a big story. Not really, again, not a whole lot in the news this week. We spent most of the time talking about the Crowder thing. Let's move on to the last. Oh, my light's not on. Last story. Last story in the main story news. We have another shooting. 5 dead in Texas execution-style shooting. Suspect armed with AR-15 is on the loose. So, you know, the shooting thing's getting... You know, we're always reporting on these shootings. The primary reason I'm interested in this one is because the shooter is still on the loose. Last I checked. Let me check breaking news now, to see if he's been caught. 5 people killed. Top story: Texas shooting suspect has been deported 4 times. He's a Mexican nationalist. He's been deported 4 times. How's he getting here? How's he getting across the border repeated times? Texas leaders link shooting to immigration policy. Texas shooting mistaken ID can complicate lives and investigations. Authorities say they have 0 leads in the manhunt. So this guy has been deported back to Mexico 4 times, which means he's crossed the border illegally 5 times. And the 5th time, he killed 5 people, and now he's disappeared. Now he's gone. They don't know where he is. Let's look at this video here. Why do we not have audio?
Inside a home in Cleveland, Texas, just outside Houston. Deputies were dispatched to a residence about a harassment complaint. When en route, multiple 911 calls came in of an active shooter at the location.
And again, this goes back to the stand your ground laws. Like, this is perfect. This wets the media's whistle. But they're not going to... You know, they're not going to want to talk about the immigration issues and the open border and stuff like that. They're going to want to talk about the AR-15 style assault rifle that was used in a stand your ground situation where he was on his property and there was being harassment. And he was telling people, no, don't harass me, blah. And he started shooting at the neighbors. And they're going to say that, like we talked about last week, they're going to use this to attack not only the AR-15, which is perfect gun for him to use. Some Mexican national illegal immigrant happens to have some teched out AR-15. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, they're going to use this to attack castle doctrine, stand your ground laws, as well as semi-automatic weapons, semi-automatic assault style weapons. AR-15 equals scary. AR-15 equals ah. What's up with my clips today?
When deputies arrived, they found several victims ranging in age from 8 to 40 years old. 4 were dead. The 8-year-old died at the hospital. All of them had been shot. Investigators said they believe the suspect, identified as 39-year-old Francisco Oropeza, was intoxicated and began shooting an AR-15 on his front porch when a neighbor asked him to be quiet.
A gentleman stepped out of his house, said, hey, we're trying to keep an infant to bed, and he says it's his property. He'll do whatever he pleases on his property. The man went back in the house. Next thing they know, he's walking up the driveway with the rifle in hand.
He went
San
into their
Jacinto
yard.
County Sheriff Greg Capers told ABC affiliate KTR
it won't wet their whistle that much like the people getting shot on their front porch. So they won't be able to go after Castle Doctrine or Stand Your Ground for that because he left his yard and went into their yard. But they will definitely be talking about the scary AR-15. We're not going to focus so much on the fact that he was deported 4 times.
Okay, it appeared some of the victims were trying to shield the children. Police found 2 dead bodies atop harmed victims who were covered in blood. The sheriff says investigators have video of the suspect walking up to the house, which is how
it was the same thing with that girl who got R-worded by her dad. She was like 8 or 10 years old, and then she wanted to get an abortion. And the big story was, Texas will not allow this young girl to get an abortion when she was raped by her father. And they don't tell you that he was an illegal immigrant that snuck across the border and raped her, and then like went back to Mexico, so they couldn't even get the guy. They didn't want to talk about that part, that it was so easy for him to just flippantly go and come back from. This guy is probably back in Mexico by now. Wow. What we know about the Cleveland mass shooting, authorities on Sunday offered a reward totaling $80,000 for the capture of Francesco Oropeza, 38. This is from Axios, whom they identified as the suspect in the case. Oropeza lives near the Cleveland, Texas home where the shooting occurred around 11:30 local time on Friday night. What we need from the public is any type of information, because right now we're just running into dead ends, said James Smith, the FBI's special agent in charge, at a Sunday afternoon news conference. We have 0 leads. San Jacinto Sheriff Greg Capers said Saturday that Opresa is believed to have used an AR-15 to shoot the victims after he was asked to stop shooting the rifle in his yard. A doorbell camera at the victim's home later photographed him approaching the home with a rifle, Capers said. What we know about the shooting. But yeah, he's still at large. From CBS News, Texas manhunt continues. Sheriff says suspect could be anywhere now. The search for a Texas man could be anywhere by now. Police initially identified Francesco Oropeza, 38. Oropeza fled after the shooting Friday night that left 5 people dead, including an 8-year-old boy. So this guy's on the loose. The story right here that I didn't have pulled up is from CNN. Suspect in Texas massacre had been deported 4 times after entering U.S. illegally, ICE source says. And there he is. Or there's somebody. The man wanted by law enforcement killing 5 Texas neighbors, including a 9-year-old boy, had entered the U.S. illegally and deported by immigration officials at least 4 times. The suspect identified was first removed by an immigration judge in March 2009. So crazy. Guzman and her son were shot and killed. So there's 2 of the victims. Sad, man. Sad. That's messed up. But yeah, so that guy's still on at large. He's probably already back in Mexico, chilling. He'll be back in a couple months to, get another house, get another driver's license. Biden will take care of him when he gets here, and then he can shoot up another family and then run back to Mexico. It's great. But enough of that. That's all the main story news, guys. That's all we got. Hey. You know what that means? That means I gotta go get my ribs, and then we gotta do some memes. I think that there's one other new Tyson James video that I can play. Oh no, I don't know where I saw that. Anyway, let me see what clips I got left. Clip. All right. Let me pull up the memes. Play a song real quick so I can go grab my ribs. And I'll be right back. Sounds being weird. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Let me cook some ribs. We're going to be eating on the stream. We're having a chill stream. It's the 1-year anniversary stream.
Yeah. This is the land of the free. Many have died on that beach. Many have given their life for the country so you could be let off the leash. Preach, I'ma go get it, no breaks. I'ma hustle, forget the snowflakes. This American muscle, I carry the muzzle. If you don't work, there is no cake. Hey, American boy, till I'm dead and gone. Till they bury me and I'm set in stone. I'ma lead the fight, I don't need the right. I'ma preach Christ, I'ma let it be known. This is the home of the brave. I'm not alone in my zone on the wave. The strong survive, and we all on the rise. If you beta, you gon' be a slave. I'm willing to die on this hill. I will not lie, man, I gotta be real. I'm having the time of my life, I'm aligning with Christ, so I don't got be popping them pills. So stand strong, get thick skin. Put your pants on and stop whimpering. Man, I'm gung-ho, my chips are in. All-American boy, are you listening? God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. And I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be a rock and you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy.
This is the home of the brave. Many have signed up and died for this place. Dude, I got shot and went through all the bomb blasts, and just so that star-spangled banger could wave. Goodbye to all of you fakes. Counterfeit one to a snakes. Right when you're climbing, they trying to fight you, man. Tyson, bro, what does it take? American thug, what they calling me? My skin tattoos all on me. Mohawk leather all on me, but you do not see the God in me. Always been a king, mama telling me. Never mind the ones who was doubting me. What about my brother who's proud of me? My family, they proud of me. I'm winning the fight in the field. Did it before in the war and I will. Try this one home and I'll steer it alone. If it means that I'll give you all something that's real. Yeah. Fall in attention, blue diamonds, what I'm giving. It's simplified to the very end. American, you listen.
God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. And I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be a rock and you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy.
I never imagined a day I would hear so many Americans say they won't stand for the anthem, but communists back to attack and our freedom to pray. Even go as far to loud mockery of my Christian faith while blocking thee. People, they respond to the mockery with true facts, love, and no apology. I'm pushing back against all of it. Council culture, man, y'all shoving. No sell out, I'm out of y'all budget. I'm a patriot, no Paul tucking. Years now, I'm been a family guy. With Air Force before 25. Beat poverty in that mindset. And this great land with millions strides. Grade every year. Let freedom reign, but your belly here. Coming for our guns, make it disappear. Shall not be in friends, very clear. Stop playing victim to criticism.
Robbie, you want to jump on the Discord?
Now I'm independent and I run a business. If you offended, then you're dead
wrong.
Put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life.
All right, it's about time for the memes. It's about time for the memes.
I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. And I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be a rock and you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy.
Look at this. I'm gonna have dinner on camera because it's a 1-year anniversary show and I'm just chilling like a villain. These are short ribs. Short ribs. Oh, I don't know if I turned the oven off. Falling right off the bone.
I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be a rock and you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy. All the way from the Northwest, down the coast of California.
What you even know what you know about that?
We just some American boys.
Damn.
The world together. Some good music.
What you know about that?
That's it.
Yo, last time I cooked short ribs, they came out all chewy and too springy, and they're real big, and they stayed big because I only cooked them like 350 for like 40 minutes. These ones I cooked at 300 for 3 hours. Then I took the foil off and cooked them for another 30 minutes. Ooh, it looks like they shrunk, but they're so good. They're just falling right out the bone. Look at the bone. Dang, that smack your mama good. Dang. Yo, mama. You're lucky you aren't here right now, mama. You be getting smacked. Dang, boy. That's kicking. All right. It's meme time. Where's my chat at? I'm checking out. Thanks for the invite. All right. Meme time. Let's go. All right. Full screen. First, this is the longest continuous path you can walk around the world. I've seen this meme before, and actually we've talked about this. They say this is the longest continuous path you could walk, and but actually nobody's ever done it because logistically it just doesn't work. You're going through too many countries. Some countries don't allow travelers. You're going through terrorist areas. You're going through huge stretches of desert. There's just no way you could. It's not like the AT or the PCT where you got trail angels with hamburgers on the path and you got like shops set up where you can have ship stuff and have it waiting there for you when you need to change your winter clothes. It's not like that. It ain't like that. You'll have to take everything you need for the trip on your back, and you're not going to be able to do it. You're going to die. Plus, just crossing through the countries, going over the borders, you can't do it. But anyway, somebody said, wrong. Fact check. False. This is the longest way you could walk. And that's true right there. That's a fact. Great meme. Next, Fox announces replacement show, Johnson Tucker. It's Johnson Tucker. Oh my God. Dylan's still getting memes? Johnson Tucker's replacing Tucker Carlson with Johnson Tucker. Been tucking the Johnson. Oh no. Not Dylan. Fox stock will crash more than it already has since they fired Tucker. The son of Megan Fox, the son of Gwen Stefani, the daughter of Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, the son of Adele, the son of Charlize Theron, the son of Naomi Watts. This is what Hollywood Satanism looks like. This is what satanic Hollywood rich mamas do to their babies. Sadly, hopefully, this doesn't happen to Crowder's kids because it might be a mess. Let's keep going. Scientists of Harvard University have created this 3D model depicting what ancient Egyptian Queen Cleopatra may have looked like. Freddie, that's what Cleopatra looks like. Oh, baby. That's what Cleopatra looks like right there. Dang. Oh, I forgot to do for Dylan. Let's go back to Dylan.
It's a man, baby.
Okay. And there's Cleopatra.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you.
You ain't got the answers,
doing the
Freddie.
education.
You ain't been doing the education. Fall off the bone or go home. Yeah, they're definitely fall off the bone this time. Video games in 2010. The game, the DLC. 2015, the game, the DLC. Well, how the car gonna drive without the rims? I think that's the point. 2021, the game. It ain't got no rims. It ain't got no engine, transmission, brake system, cooling system, in-game purchase paint, in-game purchase air conditioner. This Lambo ain't even got an air conditioner in 2021. That sounds about right. Heterosexuals keeping the species going for the last 3 million years. So women, you can pretend you're a woman. Heterosexuals keeping the species going for the last 3 million years so you can pretend you're a woman. Nice.
It's a man, baby.
Continue. At least invite me out to dinner. I don't go out with married women, sorry. But I'm your wife. I make no exceptions. Epic. I wouldn't tell anyone I won the lottery, but there will be hints. You see me in a convertible with powder all over my face and Mia Khalifa in the passenger seat. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Why don't you like video calls? Me and video calls. Robbie, is Robbie still here? He said he's checking out. I got this meme specifically for Robbie. This is Robbie every time I was in a video call with him. Just have the phone like right here or right by like angled up to his ear. You just see his face right up in the camera. Robbie downtown, bruh. when a one-night stand turns into a hostage situation. Oh my God. What in the world? He says, baby, I want to leave. She says,
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
bro, come on now. Life's full of ups and downs. Life is full of ups and downs. Do you get it? Do you get it? If you don't get it, sorry. Sorry, I'm eating dinner, guys. All right, next. In San Francisco, if you don't clean up your dog's poop, you can be fined $320. If you, however, decide to shit on the sidewalk, there is no fine and you can get free syringes. But please note that you nor your dog are allowed to use plastic straws. Plastic syringes, totally fine. Makes sense. That's California for you. Side effects may include bleeding from the ears, seizures, and cannibalism. People in the ad. That's like an Ozempic. Oh, it's magic. You know. Side effects may include bleeding from the ears, seizures, cannibalism, death, heart attack, stroke, or changing of the gender.
Beta!
Get off the medications, people. Let's go. Next one. I'm really sorry that you're not feeling well today, but I'm still going to need a sandwich. Let's go. Let's go. I'm really sorry that you're not feeling well today. I'm still going to need that sandwich, baby. What you doing? Get in that kitchen. Pay to play. Elon has a trans child. No. Well, he's got like 28 kids, so it's not surprising. Trans women period cramps. Let's see who this really is. It's Taco Bell.
It's a man, baby.
Oh, man. Taco Bell. And then they got a popsicle in their booty hole for blood. Next. Men 500 years ago. This is for Stubborn One. This is for our boy Stubborn One. Where's Stubborn One at? Men 500 years ago. I've lost my left eye and 5 of my 9 sons in this decades-long war. Nevertheless, I must keep fighting. Men today. Oh my God, the McDonald's worker forgot my extra order of fries. Why do bad things always happen to me?
Beta! Beta!
Oh man, that's so true. That top guy is Stubborn One. That top guy is Stubborn One. Man arrested after trying to fight family because someone ate his pork chop. I'm not going to say he was right or wrong. All I'm going to say is I understand. You don't touch a dang man's pork chop. Is you crazy? You were having a fine evening, feeling youthful, energetic. Then you saw Pokemon cards in Antiques Roadshow. Guys, this is so true. First off, it's going to make you feel really old. It's going to make you feel really old. But the main reason I got this meme, I don't know if you guys have heard this story before, but my mom sold my Pokemon card album at a garage sale for $10 while I was in the juvenile detention center because I kept getting in trouble. And they're like, you know what? I got in trouble. And they're like, we're just going to sell all this stuff. And they did. And I respect it now as a grown man. I'm like, I get it. You know, I deserve that. But I said, Mom, you know, today that album that you sold at that garage sale would probably be worth like $400,000 in cards. Guys, I swear this is my album. This is my album. Look, this is Gyarados. This is Ninetales. This is Raichu. This is Zapdos, Nidoqueen or Nidoking, Chansey, Magneton, Hitmonchan, Mew, Clefairy. This is my binder. This is my binder on Antiques Roadshow. How much did she get for this thing? This is ridiculous. I've had enough. I'm getting too dang old, man. My Pokemon cards would be so much money right now. Next, I stand to... I almost read it. I stand for Ukraine. That's the trick. I stand to urinate. That's Michelle. That's old Mike. That's Big Mike.
It's a man, baby. Beta.
That's Big Mike. I stand to urinate. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Let's continue. Time Magazine, 1956, teaching firearm safety in the classroom. And I bet you there weren't many mass shootings that year in schools. How many mass shootings do you think happened in American schools across the country when kids had shotguns in their truck? When kids 14 years old driving to work in a truck because they live on a farm and their school's on the farm, and every kid's got a gun and they're teaching the kids how to shoot in school. How many school shootings do you think happened back then? But it's gun violence. It's gun violence. The guns kill people. Guns just pop up and start murdering people all the time. Apparently, in 2023, that's what we're led to believe. Gotta ban them. Next, stop calling them public schools. They aren't open to the public. They aren't accountable to the public. They are run by the government. They are regulated by the government. They are funded by the government. They are compelled by the government. They are government schools. And that's where you send your children for 1/3 of their waking lives in their most formidable years, is to a government indoctrination camp. Let's continue. Could you define an assault weapon? I'm not a firearms expert. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Director Steve Dettelbach. Dettelbach, you're the Bureau Director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms of the ATF, and you're not a firearms expert? You don't even know what an assault weapon is? Wow, that's kind of telling, don't you think? Let's continue. Actually, I do got something to say about that guy.
Beta.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Let's continue. Democrats then, Democrats now. They were KKK, dressed in all white, wearing hoods. Now they're Antifa, dressed in all black, wearing hoods and masks. Very similar. Same, but different. Let's keep going. Donald Trump raised the bar. Kamala Harris failed the bar. AOC worked at a bar. Pelosi lives at the bar. Joe Biden can't spell the bar. And Hillary Clinton should be behind bars. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Let's continue. The fourth little pig's house was made of wolf skulls. They aren't very sturdy, but they send a message. That wolf is not going to mess with the fourth little pig, because that little pig tears up some wolf. Let's continue. Chicago has lost far too many aspiring young people to senseless gun violence. When will Republicans in Congress finally decide to act? Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat of Illinois. Dear Nimrod, Chicago has been ruled by Democrats for 87 years. It has the strictest gun control laws in America. Stop talking. You are an embarrassment. Republican James Woods. Actually, I don't know if he's a Republican, but he's kind of based. Let's go. Next. Breaking from CNN, and this is on August of 2009. Breaking news from CNN. Journalist Bernie Gores executed in Kabul by Taliban soldiers. We are working with U.S. officials to get several more journalists out of Afghanistan at this time. Our thoughts are with Bernie's family. Bernie died in Afghanistan, in Kabul, by Taliban soldiers in 2009. But wait, then we got another CNN article from February of 2022 that says, we are sad to announce that the first American casualty of the Ukraine crisis has taken place. Thoughts and prayers with the family of activist Bernie Gores, who passed away this morning after a mine planted by a Russian-backed separatist exploded. Dead again? How'd he die twice? Yo, Bernie, how'd he die twice? Hold on, what's really going on? Questions, questionable. That's it for the meme, guys. That's it for the memes. Nice. Awesome. Cool memes. Let me eat a piece of chicken before we get into these reels and rapid fire news. Did I just say chicken? This ain't chicken. This is rib. Ooh. Oh, my God. Yo, I outdid myself this time. My boss always gives me short ribs. I think he doesn't like short ribs, and he like gets cows. He like buys cows and has them at a farm, and then they get butchered, and he gets all the meat. So he's always got a lot of extra meat. He gives me meat. Pause. Pause. And but he always gives me the short ribs. I don't think he likes them, and I've cooked them a handful of times. This is the best that I've made them because I slow, low cook. Oh, it's so good. Can't rush it. You can't rush it. That's why I'm eating during the show. Because one, it's the 1 year anniversary episode, so I'm gonna do what I want to do tonight. And two, at 4 o'clock, I was like, I could put this in for 40 minutes at 350 and eat it before the show starts. But I don't want to do that. I want to do it right. And if I do it right, it's gonna come out of the oven in the middle of the show. I was like, you know what? It's the 1 year show. I don't care. We're gonna eat some ribs. We're doing a mukbang. Mukbang. Woo! Lord have mercy. All right. What's next? The undead crisis actors. Yeah. Did you use any of your hot sauces? No, I forgot. Oh man. I should have. I'm almost out. I still have 2 bottles left. One of the hot and one of the green from last year. And actually it's time to plant. It's time to plant the next crop. The problem is I need dirt. I need a lot of dirt. I need like, let's see, like 6 inches. Um, like size wise, it's like 15 feet. So like 5 yards by 2 yards. So that's 10 square yards. 10 square yards, 6 inches of dirt for 10 square yards. And then I need another like 2 inches of topsoil before I even plant because the soil is depleted of nutrients because I've been growing out of it for 2 years. And this past year, a lot of the plants wouldn't, the jalapenos wouldn't grow. And also stuff was crowded out. So I know what I'm going to do different this year. Problem is I got to go to the garden center place. It's this place in out in like Provo, near where my boss lives, Lehigh in that area, and it's like a giant plant place where you go to buy plants, flowers and plants. It's a nursery. It's the biggest nursery I've ever been to, guys. Like when you park in the parking lot, you just see a building and you see some of the black like felt things behind it. But from in front of it, you can't see how big it is. Once you walk into the building, you walk in the front doors, and then you walk out the back doors. Now you're in the nursery area, and it's just acres and acres and acres. It goes so far back, farther you can see. I'd say it goes like a half a mile or a mile back, and then to both sides. It's probably like a half a mile wide and a mile long. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but anyway, it's huge. And that's where I get the seedlings, and they're a really good price, really good deal. I don't want to go to Walmart or anything. But yeah, let's open up these rapid fire news stories so I can make more hot sauces this year. I also got to get a better food processor. All right, let's see. Wait, first, let me close this. Then let me open this. Yes. We got some rapid fire news stories, some updates on stories from a little while ago. But first, let's watch some funny reels. Let's chill and watch some funny reels while I eat this, finish up this meal. All right, first one. First reel. Funny reel. Oh, let's go right here. All right, funny reel. Let's watch. Slide time. Going down the slide. Little kid going down the slide. This is hilarious. Where's the audio? One more
Try
time.
to sit up straight. There. Okay. No. Oh.
Oh, it's all messed up.
No, we're not done. Try to sit up straight. There. Okay. No. No, we're not done.
One more
Try
time.
to sit up straight. There. Okay. No. Oh. No, we're not done. Try to sit up
Again,
straight.
look at
There.
them dread
Okay.
sweat
No.
hanging.
No.
That's awesome. Next. This is just funny.
The cheeseburger escape.
The cheeseburger escape. This guy's so hyped. This guy's living his best life.
We got the cheeseburger out. Now we're gonna throw it up, catch it in the bottom, and then catch it back up on the top.
All right, enough of that. Look at this. This is the fireman games. I've never seen this before, but this is pretty cool. It's like extreme fireman. Check this out. Boom. Get the water up the ladder. Go, 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 go. Look at this guy in the middle. Look at this guy in the middle. He's going. Ooh. 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 That's epic. There's more, though. Check this out. This is crazy. That's awesome. I'd love to do that. That would be so fun. Look at these next guys when they jump off the truck. Watch how... Look at it. They hit the ground hard. Boom. He's up. That looks fun. This part I don't understand. They're just sitting on the back of the car. They don't really do anything. I don't really understand the last one. That was pretty cool, like intense firemanning. Check this out.
Look at there.
Opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Counterfeit music.
Right.
Copyright music.
He'd go flying.
Check this kid out. And honestly, this guy who's sitting watching this and saying, wouldn't it be funny if he went flying? You're speaking it into existence. The guy recording this and talking about it is the cause of why this happens.
Damn, if it would break.
White boy fun.
He's just enjoying life right now, poor fella. I would hate it for him if it would break though. Damn.
You're causing it to break. You're the...
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, God, I gotta get a check on it.
He's like, I would feel so bad if it broke. You wanted it to break, and it broke. You got what you wanted. You caused that to happen. Oh, snap. We lost one. We got it back. Oh, we got it back. Check this out. Last one. Just fun time. Fun time for the kids. Look at this. Yo, this kid's a legend. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Yo, I would definitely do that. Wow. 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 That's cool. That's cool. All right, let's move on. So that's all the reels, memes, main story news. Let's move on to the rapid fire news. Again, just because it's in the rapid fire news story doesn't mean it's not an important news story, because we do have an important story in our rapid fire segment, but that it's not the, maybe it's an update on an old story, something that was bigger in the past, like the Epstein situation. So before we get to that, we got a couple other rapid fire news stories. From Fox 13 Tampa Bay, Barbie, Down syndrome Barbie. Barbie introduces first doll with Down syndrome. That's what the headline says. Barbie introduces first doll with Down syndrome. Like a doll could have Down syndrome. I don't even know how that works. Barbie has introduced another first in the 64-year history of the toy. A new doll with Down syndrome. The doll further increases representation in the toy aisle, Mattel said. Diversity, inclusivity, and equity in the toy aisle with the Barbies. You got Down syndrome Barbie. Now, I'm going to be honest. Down syndrome Barbie don't look that bad, though. Hey, I'm just saying Down syndrome Barbie kind of thick. She doesn't look Down syndrome enough. She doesn't look Downy. She's not Downy enough. They needed to just make a Joe Biden doll. If they would have just made a Joe Biden doll, it would have been a perfect Down syndrome Barbie. Several things were redesigned and imagined for the doll, including her sculpt, clothing, and accessories. So she's wearing more Downy clothing and accessories, more Down syndrome clothing and accessories, and then they had to resculpt her. The resculpting makes sense, but clothing and accessories was she has extra Down syndrome clothing and accessories. The doll's face and bodies were sculpted to be more illustrative of women with Down syndrome by giving her a shorter frame and longer torso. Well, that's judgmental. That's judgmental. What, all Down syndrome people got to be short and have a longer torso? The doll's face has a rounder shape, smaller ears, and a flat nasal bridge, while the eyes are slightly slanted and almond shaped. This is so. What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Not racist, not sexist, ableist. What is this? It's so judgmental. What? So basically, they're making a doll and they're saying this is what all Down syndrome people look like. They all have flat nasal bridges, small ears, round shaped heads, small torsos, and almond shaped eyes. Slanted almond shaped. I can see it now. Now that they explained to me what a Down syndrome person looks like, I can really see it in the doll. Wow. You did an excellent job, Mattel, for letting us all know how to stereotype Down syndrome people by making a doll that represents them. Bad clothing choices, weird accessories that don't make any sense. The doll's palms even include a single line, a characteristic often associated with those with Down syndrome. Oh, shit. Oh, snap. Snap, guys. Hey, everybody's looking at their hands right now. I know y'all are looking at your hands right now. This doll's outfit is Butterfield blue and yellow, which are symbols and colors associated with Down syndrome awareness. She also comes with pink ankle foot orthotics, as some children with Down syndrome use orthotics to support their feet and ankles. Oh, look at this little girl. She feels so included. They got a doll just for her. Oh, and she doesn't look Down syndrome-y. The Barbie looks whatever. Oh, it's for our diverse lineup of Barbies. Mattel executive, most diverse doll line on the market, and said Barbie plays an important role in child's early experiences. We're dedicated to doing our part to counter social stigma by stereotyping and making dolls that to making dolls that say basically if you have Down syndrome you look like this girl. If you're what are these other dolls? Barbie has introduced several other new dolls, including Fashionista doll wearing braces and Ken Fashionista doll with a prosthetic leg. What's wrong with all these girls? Is this like, are these all handicapped? That's Dylan Mulvaney right there. Yo, they got a Dylan Mulvaney doll. What the heck?
It's a man, baby.
Look at this. Let me zoom in. How do I zoom in? I know there's a way to click. I know there's a way to just click and zoom in. Yo, check this out, guys. It's the Dylan Mulvaney doll. Then you got the Asian girl doll. Rainbow. She's got a rainbow dress on. She's probably a lesbian. You got the girl with the afro head. She got the nappy afro head. You got the Down syndrome doll. You got tall, skinny Asian girl. You got Dylan Mulvaney. You got a lesbian white girl. Dang, that's based. That's based, Barbie. Not really. Joking. Let's continue. Oh, Jerry Springer died. I'm not going to show Breitbart because they put a whole bunch of ads on the screen. Jerry Springer, legendary host, legendary talk show host, one of the greats. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you don't like the content of the show. I didn't either. You know, it's kind of degenerate, but, Jerry figured it out. Okay? Jerry could make the stupidest content, and it was airtime gold on daytime television. People had never seen this type of insanity before. Jerry Springer was the daytime TV show as to what Howard Stern was to daytime radio or to radio. shock jock. Jerry Springer was the king of shock jock. And he died at 79 years old. You know, past life expectancy, we're not going to jump to any conclusions about the Vaseline on Jerry. He died peacefully at home after a battle with cancer. He was 79 years old. R.I.P. Jerry, man. R.I.P. Jerry. For Jerry, we got the gong. You ain't got the answers like Jerry.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Bro. Let's go back to the article from Breitbart for some pictures. There's Jerry, Sirius XM. Yeah, they're always trying to sell me these electro bikes. What the heck? There's young Jerry. Look at young Jerry. Yo, Jerry was a legend. I don't care what you say. I don't care how much you think it was degenerate, blah, blah, blah. He was still a legend. He might have even been a Democrat. I don't care. As far as TV went, he's a GOAT. Look at Jerry on Leno. Look at Jerry getting kissed by 2 hookers, probably. R.I.P. Jerry. R.I.P. Jerry. Let's move on. Let's see if I can just burn through some of these. Principal forced to resign after showing David statue photo visits Florence masterpiece. So a teacher showed the photo of the David statue from a vacation he went on, and it shows a weenie. Florida, and this is in Florida. Former school principal was forced to resign. Hold on, let me zoom out because it zoomed me in on all of them. Forced to resign after students were shown an image of Michelangelo's iconic penis. I mean, statue of a nude David went viewed the masterpiece in person on Friday in Florence. Cecil Holberg, who directs the Accademia Gallery in Florence, where the David is star attraction, said that Hope Carasquilla, her husband, and the 2 children came straight to the museum right after they arrived at the city. Anyway, the David statue. Can I show this on YouTube? You all know the statues. It's one of the few statues that whatever pope it was in the Vatican, there was one crazy pope who wanted to basically in a vault. The urban legend is, the conspiracy is that the Catholic Vatican, they have everything in a vault, right? They got all the religious and lots of historical evidence. They keep it in vaults, they protect it and all this stuff. Well, one of the vaults supposedly has a bunch of penises from statues because one of these popes didn't like that all the statues have wieners on them. So they went and chopped them all off and replaced them with fig leaves. And the idea was he was doing this to protect the kids because he didn't want the art to have penises. But then the conspiracy theory is that he was actually just a weirdo and he wanted his own personal collection of statue penises. But regardless of which side of the story you believe, that's why there's fig leaves on a lot of the statues. Regardless of whether you think he did it because he was for censorship for the kids or he was just a weirdo, he did remove the wieners from the statues and replace them with fig leaves. But I guess it hasn't been done to the statue of David yet. And apparently that was pornographic. And I've just been showing a wiener on the screen. It's a statue. It's a famous statue. Michelangelo. So it is the male form. It's an artsy thing. Should kids be looking at it? Probably not. But it is art. I don't know if the principal should be in trouble for showing it. It's part of history. So at some time, kids gotta grow up. Depends on how old the kids were as well. Pornographic. Anyway, so that's a story. That's an interesting story. What's next? We got some local news. Salt Lake Public Library workers announced formation of union. The library workers want to form a union at the library, which is one of the most beautiful architectural structures in Salt Lake City. It's a beautiful library, guys. But nobody goes there. Nobody goes there except homeless people. And these libraries, look, they're all like, look, she's got her mask on. This is this right here. I'll bet you my bottom dollar that
It's a man, baby.
Yeah. We got a lot of liberal library workers, and they want to form a union. Like, their job is so hard. All they do is sit there and run off homeless people all day. That's literally it. Let's continue. But that's local news. Library workers trying to form a union. What else we got? We got some story from California here. From ABC News, California approves rule phasing out big diesel trucks. California air regulators approved a rule to stop selling new big rigs and buses that run on diesel starting in 2036. So it's a while off, but that's more of that carbon emission, that carbon tax, where they say they're taxing carbon emissions, but they're actually taxing your life and your emotion. You are carbon. So when they talk about carbon taxes, they're talking about taxing life. Carbon emissions, fossil fuels, which aren't actually from fossils. That was a big lie. They called them fossil fuels to trick people into thinking that they were some like invaluable, non-renewable resource that comes from dead dinosaurs. So it's super valuable. No, it's just the lifeblood of Earth. Everything will become a fossil fuel eventually. You will become a fossil fuel eventually. Everything will. When everything dies, goes back into the earth, becomes fossil fuels used to fuel the earth, and puts out carbon emissions into the air, which makes the trees grow, and they give us the oxygen, and it's all a cycle. It's all a cycle. There is no anthropogenic climate change. I don't care what you say. I don't care if you say that 97% of climate scientists think that there is, because if those climate change scientists didn't think that there was anthropogenic climate change, then they wouldn't have a job. They would be jobless. So by 2036, they want to get rid of all the diesel big rig trucks in California, Sacramento, California. New big rigs and buses that run on diesel would not be sold in California starting in 2036, according to new rules approved by state regulators Friday to wean the state off fossil fuels and combat climate change. The rule would tackle pollution from heavy trucks used to transport goods. And what do you think is going to happen when you take all the big rigs off the road? What do you think is going to happen to food prices? What do you think is going to happen to inflation? What do you think is going to happen to gas prices? Gas prices are going to go up because gas is going to be more in demand because the diesel trucks got to be replaced with something. What, are you going to have electric big rigs in 2036? No. It's all right. It's all right. Let California keep being a perfect example for what not to do in an American state government. Keep going. Go ahead. I'm happy for them. I'm happy they keep digging the hole deeper, and people keep leaving, and life keeps getting worse there, and they don't learn their lesson. So good. They deserve what they get. They deserve what they get. Next story: armed U.S. drones. This is a Sudan update. Update on Sudan. So again, Sudan is a big story right now. But we did a deep dive on it last week. Figured out everything that's going on with the geopolitics of Sudan. So in the rapid fire news, I will keep you guys updated on Sudan and Biden's further failures when it comes to on the international front. Armed U.S. drones from NBC News. Armed U.S. drones and Navy ships help evacuate American citizens in war-torn Sudan. Maybe I'll just play this so I can eat this rib.
Arrived in Port Sudan today to help evacuate Americans. Let's go right to NBC's Josh Ledman, who's joining us from Tel Aviv. All right, Josh, what's the latest on this about the ship evacuating Americans and how it's all going?
Well, Alex, the White House, the United States government has been working for days now to try to figure out the safest way to get Americans out of the country and to facilitate that evacuation effort now that there are no U.S. government personnel believed to be in Sudan. Because remember, the U.S. has already evacuated its embassy. And I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirmed that a Navy ship, the USNS Brunswick, has now arrived in Port Sudan. Now, this is a fast transport vessel that is run by the U.S. Navy. It's more than 300 feet long, and it has been used in the past to respond to humanitarian disasters.
Look at them Navy guys. We're taking 4 soldiers to carry this big old... What the... I don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but... Damn, I didn't know they had food like that in Sudan. Sudan's doing well if they're getting that thick, unless that's an American. It would make more sense if that was an American in Sudan. Damn. Why they show the soldiers Carrying this
to
800-pound
do
person
relief
up a ramp.
efforts after all kinds of horrible events around the world, and so it is well equipped for a potential evacuation effort. Now, we don't yet know whether this ship is going to simply be aiding the efforts there or will actually be carrying Americans out of Sudan, but I am told it is likely that some of those Americans who have arrived in Port Sudan from that convoy that was organized by the U.S. government yesterday may board that ship to be brought to Saudi Arabia or elsewhere as they leave the country. That convoy that arrived in Port Sudan, more than a dozen buses, hundreds of Americans with armed U.S. drones.
It's another country we're going to have to pay to get out of their own trouble.
Flying over it to make sure that it was protected, given the fact that there are no troops that were able to actually accompany those Americans on that harrowing journey of more than 500 miles from the capital of Khartoum to Port Sudan.
There were no troops there? Why? Because
Biden
pulled them out last week?
We're also hearing from the Rapid Support Forces, that paramilitary
that's why.
group, Alex, that has been fighting with the military in Sudan for more than a week now. They say that that truce that had been going on for several days has been extended for another 72 hours beginning tonight at midnight, but we have not yet heard the military confirm that. And so a lot of anxiety about whether that ceasefire will really hold, Alex.
I don't have any anxiety about it.
Breaking news in Sudan.
All right, so that's the news from Sudan. Drones flying around in Sudan. The official said it's likely some of the U.S. citizens bus going aboard the ship. Yeah, so they basically covered everything in the article or in that clip. Let's keep going. What do we got from AP? Okay, so now we got kind of a story we're actually going to spend a little time on in the rapid fire news story. It's 9 o'clock. So, does anybody want to call in on the Discord? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Sudan, congrats on 1 year. Hey, thank you, Jeff Hewitt. Thank you, sir. We're having a chilled, laid-back show tonight. Just kicking it. Kicking it. So we're going to talk about this Adderall shortage. We got an Adderall shortage. So, and actually, do I have a clip? Yeah, play this news clip. Let's play this clip real quick. I don't know what's up with the audio on all my clips today.
Health Beat, a drug shortage is making it hard for some people to go about their everyday lives.
Adderall.
ADD and ADHD medicine is
Now, I know one of them is either Ritalin or Adderall. One of them is an amphetamine. One of them is not. I think that it's Ritalin that is amphetamine. Is Adderall and amphetamine. Common prescription amphetamines include Adderall, Dexedrine, Vyvanse, and methamphetamine. Wait. Common prescription amphetamines include amphetamine and dextroamphetamine, which are Adderall, dextroamphetamine, which is Dexedrine, lisdexamphetamine, which is Vyvanse, and methamphetamine. Methamphetamine, literally, which is desoxin. So the medication for ADHD called desoxin is literally methamphetamine. Adderall is an amphetamine. Desoxin is methamphetamine. That's what they're giving to people with ADD, just in case you didn't know. So, and there's a shortage. People are freaking out because there's a meth shortage. All they have to do is go see Heisenberg, and he'll take care of them.
right now, but it's crucial for the millions of Americans diagnosed with an attention deficiency or hyperactivity disorder. Well, this started in October of last year as a supply issue, and now it's grown to more of a demand issue. Our health expert, Dr. Pyle Coley, says the shortage could be due to an increase in written prescriptions. She also says this can be scary for those already on a medication like Adderall. That's because it's like a stimulant, and a sudden stop could lead to a crash.
So it's like a stimulant. Now look at this crooked-eyed chick. Anyway.
The most important thing
for parents and adults who might be on Adderall is to make sure that they have a good pipeline. In other words, make sure that they don't just have the present supply, but also have a good supply sort of coming.
Make sure, she's saying, make sure you have a side dealer. Make sure you got Heisenberg's phone number on lock. Make sure you have a side dealer so you can hit them up when your pharmacy runs out of meth. You can get your meth from your local dealer.
In the works, talk to their pharmacies if they need be.
So if you have a prescription and you find that your area is running out, it could be a good time to talk to your doctor about transitioning to a safe alternative.
Yeah, like maybe stop taking meth. Talk to your doctor about not being addicted to methamphetamine anymore.
Dr. Coley said the FDA has given assurance that the end of the shortage is near, maybe even as soon as this month, but she would advise against anyone starting a new prescription at this time.
Thanks. Thanks for that. All right, so there's a shortage on the Adderall medication. And they're saying, what's behind the shortages of Adderall, Ozempic, and other meds? Ozempic. Shortages of drugs like Adderall are growing in the United States, and experts see no clear path to resolving them. For patients, that can mean treatment delays, medication switches, other hassles filling prescriptions. In recent months, unexpected demand spikes. There's a larger amount of people prescribed to medications like this now? That's odd. Manufacturing problems and tight ingredient supplies have contributed, or just President Joe Biden, shortage that stress patients, parents, and doctors for some drugs such as stimulants that treat ADHD. Several factors fueled a shortage and made it hard to predict when it will end. Shortages, particularly of generic drugs, have been a long-standing problem. Right, so you can still get you can't get the cheap ones. You can still get the expensive ones. You just can't get the cheap ones. The industry has consolidated, and some manufacturers have little incentive to solve shortages because cheap generics generate thin profits. Right? Oh, so you mean if you make the drugs cheaper, then there are shortages? You mean when you make medical treatment cheaper, and you make medications cheaper, and you make medical treatment free, you mean the quality and the reliability of that goes down? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that if you lower the price of drugs, drug companies are going to be less incentivized to make drugs? Who would have thought? Just every capitalist who understands capitalism in the history of the world and is against socialism and communism and governments funding people for free medical attention and lessen the drug prices and blah, blah, blah. There's a reason that the drugs are priced the way they are. There's a reason medical attention costs what it costs. There's a reason doctors are paid so much. There's a reason you have to go to college for 10 years and pay a whole lot of money for 10 years to become a brain surgeon. And they have to pay a whole lot of money to get brain surgery. And the doctor makes a whole lot of, there's a reason for all of this. Because that's how capitalism works, is the market standard. Doctors aren't going to do the job for less money. Prescription companies are not going to produce the medications if they're not making a certain amount of money, enough to clear their overhead and enough to finance more research into further medications and blah, 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 blah. If they're not bringing in a certain amount of money, which is why they set prices where they are, if they're not bringing in a certain amount of money, they're not going to be incentivized to do it. Then you have shortages. Wow. Who would have ever thought about it? Anybody who understands anything about economics and is not a commie would understand that this is exactly what you would expect to happen in this situation. Duh. How many drug shortages are there? There were 301 active national drug shortages through this year's first quarter, according to the University of Utah Drug Information Services. That's 49% higher than the 202 recorded in the first 3 months of 2018. Which drugs are in shortage? Shortage in diabetes treatment, Ozempic, prescriptions for weight loss, prescriptions for Ozempic touted by celebrities and others on social media have doubled since the other stimulants, ADHD medicine, and diabetes medicine, apparently. But, so yeah, common prescription Adderall is an amphetamine, Dexedrine is dextroamphetamine. They're all amphetamines, but look, just, if you ever meet somebody that says they have ADD, just ask them if they're prescribed to Desoxin or Desoxin, because I didn't even know this was a thing, but it's actually just methamphetamine. So Heisenberg is in the big pharma industry now. That's crazy. But, we also see, we've known this for a while from the National Library of Medicine. There's been a consistent, for a very long time, overprescribing of ADHD medication, specifically to young boys. It has been overdiagnosed, overprescribed, especially in young boys. And the girls, they give SSRIs to dull down their emotions and make them more masculine. And then the boys, they give ADHD to lessen their energy and focus them more so that they can be more feminine. This is to make a more androgynous population so that you can and kill people off. The same reason they push the LGBTQ and the transgender nonsense. It's the same reason it's all Agenda 2030. It's all reduction of the population by 70% by 2030. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. There's no such thing as shortages, just price raising and reasons to blame the cost. And JS, come on, it's supply and demand. No, Freddie, you don't understand economics at all. At all. Because I've had discussions with you. You don't understand economics at all. You're one of those people who thinks we should raise the minimum wage. We should raise the minimum wage so that people can make more money to pay for their stuff. And then they act stupid when they see the housing prices going up and the food prices going up, jobs laying off. We need to raise the tax rate on corporations, and then companies switch to automation and lay off employees. And you wonder why it happens. You wonder why. You're going to wonder when they make medical free, you're going to wonder why there's no quality doctors. When they make education and medical free, there's no educated people, actually educated people. There's no good surgeons. There's no good doctors. You're going to be on a longer waiting list for all of your medical treatment. You're going to wonder why that's happening. And all the people who have told you why that is the result, if you do this, this is going to happen. And then when you do this and this happens, you're like, huh? Whoa. You don't understand economics at all. At all, Freddie. You're a commie. You're a commie in America who benefits off capitalism every day. Come on now. Shortage means raise the price. I don't say that that's a lie. I said cap the billionaires. You don't understand economics at all. Ask Martin Scarelli. So, from National Library of Medicine, overdiagnosis of attention deficit hyperactive disorder in children and adolescents. Question, is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder overdiagnosed in children and adolescents? Findings. In this systematic scoping review of 334 published studies in children and adolescents, convincing evidence was found that ADHD is overdiagnosed in children and adolescents. For individuals with milder symptoms in particular, the harms associated with an ADHD diagnosis may often outweigh the benefits. It's right there. So it's been overdiagnosed, and this is there's a reason for this. It's because school is aimed at feminine teaching in a feminine way. Boys don't work that way for the most part. They have too much energy. They can't sit in a desk for 8 hours and just focus on a piece of paper or read a book. They need to go out and experience things and learn by doing and by seeing and by being active. They need to burn off their energy. So what they do to calm the boys down and make it easier for these women teachers in these government schools is they zombify them with drugs from a very young age. And it's out there in the open. You can just go do a little searching that ADHD has been overdiagnosed in kids for years. And they prescribed them to amphetamines as children. Okay? This is why we have a shortage, because everybody has been hooked on drugs since they were a little kid. We're going to be having a lot more medication shortages as time goes on. So don't expect this. It's not going to be anything new here in a little while. Every drug is going to be in a shortage, especially psychotropic medications and psychological drugs. What am I trying to say? Talk about the Onti-T and Suboxones. What are you talking about? Yeah, people are on opiates too. That's a problem too, dumbass. Amphetamine mixed salts, including Adderall, amphetamine mixed salts, including Adderall, are FDA approved for the treatment of attention deficit and narcolepsy. FDA announces shortage of Adderall. So yeah, there's an Adderall shortage, and we're not talking about opiates because there's not an opiate shortage, dumbass. Don't be dumb, Freddie. This is why you annoy me, because you jump in the chat and you just say dumb stuff. You don't say hi. You don't say what's up. You don't say good job on 1 year of the show. You just come in and start saying a bunch of nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't
been doing the
education.
education. I've been doing this more than you, Freddie. You ain't been doing the education. You don't know what you're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. So just listen to me. We're talking about Adderall shortages. We're not talking about opiate shortages, because there is no opiate shortage. We have an abundance of opiates and opioids. Why? Because they'll kill you quicker than Adderall will. Adderall is not going to kill you. There'll be an Adderall shortage when they overdiagnose it in people and overprescribe it to people. And then when you have cheapening of drug prices, so companies are not incentivized to make more drugs, yeah, there's going to be a shortage. That's what happens when you have commies as your president. That's what happens when Joe Biden is in office. Duh. And it's going to get worse because people vote like Freddie. Because these people are allowed to vote. Should not be allowed to vote. Let's continue. I think that's it. I think that's all we need to talk about the ADHD medication. Let's move on. What do we got? RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel, 2024 GOP candidate, says, RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel says 2024 GOP candidates must tackle abortion head on. Many Republican candidates refused to talk about the issue during the 2022 midterm elections, in which the party fell short of gaining a majority in the Senate. Yeah, it's because they say stuff like, oh, well, if we talk about abortion right now, it's going to hurt us in the polls because 80% of women are pro-abortion. And so they don't want to touch it because it's a volatile area, and we're going to lose. We're going to lose on it. If they talk about it, now we're not going to lose on it if somebody like Trump gets in. But if these other people are scared to talk about it, get in, they're not going to do anything about abortion. They don't care about abortion. Trump's been the only president to come into office staunchly pro-life when he entered office. Trump got the right judges put into the Supreme Court to get Roe v. Wade overturned. None of these Republicans are going to stand up for baby murder. They're not going to stand up against Satan like that. They'll lose there. They'll lose there in the polls because the mob is degenerate and the mob wants to kill babies. People think that it's their right to murder children. You know, it's their right to have sex with every Tom, Dick, and Harry that they want to. And when they get pregnant, they just murder the baby. That's their right. People are degenerate. The masses, the mob rule. Overall, mobs are stupid. People are stupid. It's uncivilized. It's degenerate. And we'll lose. We will lose. If somebody comes up and starts talking about abortion at the debates, hardcore, like going hard, saying I'm hardcore, life at conception, no abortion. I'm going to make abortion illegal. That dude's not going to make it. Even Trump had to tone that down. Now you could get in, you could not talk about it leading up to the election, and then once you get in, you could do stuff behind the scenes to get rid of abortion, but people get real butthurt when you threaten to take away their right to murder children. They get real butthurt about that. They don't like that. Left office with I'm not gonna keep reading his comments because he's not saying anything interesting. Fire Rhonda. You don't like Rhonda? I don't know. She seemed pretty based on this. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep reading this retard's comments. Sorry, Freddie, you're being retarded. Not gonna read the comments. All right, last thing. We got some updates on Epstein. Quit being dumb, Freddie. Cut it out. You're in one of your moods. Let's Whoops. All right, last thing. Last story I got. So lie like a politician. It's not so much lying as like I would respect it if a dude, you know, assuming Trump isn't the candidate. Let's say this Vivek Ramaswamy guy is at the debate and he's not really talking about abortion. And then he gets elected. And within 6 months, we see big moves being made in the fight against baby murderers. We see big moves being made because this person, whoever it is, not Vivek, whoever it is, somebody doesn't really talk about it much on the campaign. They don't really talk about it much at the debates. But then once they get in office, we see that they're making big moves in that area. Then I would respect that. I would respect that because that means they're playing the game. They're playing the Game of Thrones. They're playing chess. Brett Favre, spell it Favre. Nope, it's wrong. Other words, that is my RP. It's on again. Yeah, break that a lot of pen in that. That's an Eminem song. Anyway, all right. So Epstein news. We got Epstein updates. Epstein.
Beta.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of that nuke sound, Destiny was touching on fake nukes in one of his streams, and he was on board. He was talking about this other guy was talking about nukes and how it could be nuclear winter. They could wipe out the entire world. And Destiny's like, how many nukes were tested by America and Russia? And it came out to like 2,000. He's like, so we shot off 2,000 nukes just testing them, and nothing bad ever happened to the climate. We haven't seen in those areas where they were testing. There's no like dangerous radiation. And Destiny's like, really nowhere where nukes were dropped are people like dying from radiation poisoning. It's really not really a problem. And I was like, yo, Destiny's base. Destiny knows nukes are fake. It's just a big old bomb they want to scare you with. It's just a big bomb. They're not gonna. I guess if you launched enough of them, it could blow up the whole world. But you know how big the world is. Like, you're gonna need hundreds and hundreds of thousands of nukes firing simultaneously, and even then, if they don't, yeah, they're not as bad as people make it out to be. It's just a big bomb. Epstein's private, but what does that have to do with anything? We're talking about Epstein. Oh, the nuke. I talk about nukes because of the sound effect. Epstein from Fox News. Epstein's private calendar reveals planned meetings with Obama admin official and CIA chief. Jeffrey Epstein's newly revealed private calendar showed scheduled meetings with the current CIA director, a college president, and attorney who served in the Obama administration. Big surprise there. According to a report published Sunday, new documents which belong to the rich convicted pedophile and were obtained by the Wall Street Journal showed planned meetings with a slew of prominent individuals, including now CIA Director William Burns, Bard College President Leon Bostein, Obama White House Counsel Catherine Rumler, Obama's White House Counsel, and somebody from his administration, and Professor Noam Chomsky as well. Wow, a lot of people close to Obama going over to taking that Lolita Express. A lot of Obama people taking that Lolita Express. What the? Freddie is Epstein's pool boy. Yep, that's the way he's acting right now. He's acting like a PDF files pool boy. I don't know what that even means. Noam Chomsky was on the Lolita Express. Sure was. And guess who else probably was? Probably Obama. I mean, if everybody else from Obama's thing was there. All the scheduled meetings were slated to take place after Epstein was jailed in 2008 on charges of solicitation, including soliciting a minor. Wall Street Journal could not prove each scheduled meeting actually took place, and the documents did not reveal the purpose for the meetings. A spokesperson for Burns, who has taken the CIA's helm since 2021 under the Biden administration, said the nation's spy chief met with Epstein a decade ago when he was trying to leave the government. Director Burns recalls being introduced by a mutual friend in Washington, D.C., and met with him once briefly in New York City about a decade ago as the director was preparing to leave government since. CIA spokeswoman Tammy Kupperman Thorpe said in a comment provided to Fox News Digital, the director did not know anything about him other than he was introduced as an expert in the financial services sector and offered general advice on transition to the private sector. The director does not recall any further contact, including receiving a ride to the airport. They had no relationship. Rumler had dozens of meetings with Epstein following her work for the Obama administration and before taking the reins as Goldman Sachs' top lawyer in 2020, according to Wall Street Journal. The documents show Epstein was planning on Rumler joining him for a trip to Paris, where Ghislaine lives, in 2015, and another visit to his private island in the Caribbean in 2017. A Goldman Sachs rep told the outlet that Rumler had a working relationship with Epstein when she was employed at the law firm Latham & Watkins, LLP, did not travel with Epstein. The spokesperson said Epstein introduced Rumler to potential legal clients such as Bill Gates. Interesting. Many of Ms. Rumler's contacts related to the potential representation involving Gates Foundation, a representation of the Edmund D. Rothschild Bank, and other business opportunities. Interesting. Goldman Sachs, Rothschilds, Bill Gates, Obama, the CIA director. This is getting kind of this is getting kind of conspiratorial, if you ask me. And they expect us to think Epstein killed himself. Wow. She works for the CIA, covering for the CIA. Facts. Man, how do you have an article about Epstein and it's got Gates, Rothschilds, Goldman Sachs, Obama, the CIA director William Burns, and Epstein all in the same story? This is heating up, boys. 3 years later, when did this happen? When did this Epstein stuff happen? Total conspiracies. When did this Epstein thing happen? Like 3-4 years ago? And we're just now finding out that all of these top government officials and all these elites that we always talk about. We always talk about the elites, the globalists, the Goldman and Sachs, Goldman, the Rothschilds, the CIA, the Obamas. We're going to have to stay updated on this. The journal reported that the majority of people they spoke to said they met with Epstein for donations or to make powerful connections. Yeah. Botstein, who is that's exactly what Alex Jones said they were doing. But then Epstein would get them to do something like, oh, here, get this massage from this beautiful young girl. And the guy's like, okay, cool. I'm at the dude's house in the Caribbean. I'm gonna get a massage from this pretty masseuse lady. He gets the massage, and then she says, hey, you want a little extra? You want a little extra loving? And he says, yeah, let me get the happy ending. Let me get that happy ending. I'm in international waters. Why not? Turns out they got a Ring camera. Jeffrey Epstein is pulling a Hillary Crowder, got a Ring camera recording the whole thing. And he says, guess what? She was 14. Haha, I got you now, buddy. I got you now. You're never leaving my list unless you kill me. Well, we saw how that ended. Damn, Epstein. That's not good. Bosty said he visited with Epstein in 2012 and thanked him for unsolicited donations, and that he met him several times after in an effort to receive. And then they're pissed off about Clarence Thomas getting some trips from a donor and making money off of his properties. Meanwhile, the Obama administration is working with Epstein, getting lavish trips. And they're going to talk about Clarence Thomas, our boy Clarence Thomas, going on a fishing trip with his friend, but they're not going to. We got to wait 4 years to find out who was on the fishing trip with Epstein. That don't make no sense. Get off my boy Clarence Thomas taking a dang fishing trip with his friend. At least he didn't have a blackmail from Epstein on him. I don't think Clarence Thomas ever went on the Lolita Express to a little Epstein Island. Get a little rub and tuck, whatever it's called. Those sneaky Ring cameras. Always with the Ring cameras. They're always getting them. So Chomsky told the outlet he met with Epstein. The two discussed politics and academia. Epstein arranged for meetings with Chomsky between 2015 and 2016, had donated at least $850,000 to MIT between 2002 and 2017, according to the journal. MIT, where Chomsky serves as professor of linguistics emeritus, later said it donates the funds to organizations that support victims of sexual abuse. What? Chomsky serves as professor of linguistics emeritus. Later said it donated the funds to organizations that support victims of sexual abuse. So the guy that went to Epstein's Island repeatedly and donated Oh, okay. So Chomsky donated 850,000 to MIT. And then later MIT says they donated all that money to victims of sexual abuse because they figured out, oh, this money came from Epstein. We got blood money on our hands funding our government college, funding our indoctrination camp where we teach the kids to be degenerate. We're funded by Epstein. MIT is funded by Epstein. Bro, you couldn't write this stuff. 850K of Epstein's money. Yeah. Epstein donated 850K to MIT. Wow. Next time somebody says, I'm an MIT grad, I'll be like, great, Epstein paid for your college. In other news, somewhat related, as far as like Me Too, sexual harassment, just degeneracy, sexual degeneracy, especially in Hollywood, with these high ups, with these elites, with these famous famous people, celebrities, politicians, etc., etc. A prominent Oscar-winning director showed up in his robe. Matthew Lawrence speaks out about dark Hollywood and the Marvel role he lost out on. So Matt Lawrence from Brotherly Love, he's more well known apparently for Boy Meets World. I didn't even remember that he was in Boy Meets World. He plays Eric, right? The older brother? Yeah. So, when I read that, I had to think about it for a second. I was like, yeah, he plays the older brother. But I always remembered him from Brotherly Love, the show with Matt, Joey, and Andy Lawrence. And they're all three brothers. That was a great show. I love that show. That's Americana right there. They need to bring that show back. Kids today don't know what TV was like back then. Brotherly Love was a great show. Anyway, Matt Lawrence is talking about the degeneracy of Hollywood. And he was on this show, Brotherly Love podcast, with these two yo-yos, these two yahoos. I don't know who these guys are, but he's trying to talk. And I was going to clip the whole thing, but I ended up just clipping when Matthew Lawrence was talking because that's the important stuff. But he brings up the topic, an important topic. Like, this is a serious topic that he brings up. He's talking about sexual abuse in Hollywood. He brings it up. And then these yo-yos start joking about nonsense and Terry Crews. Terry Crews was addicted to porn. Did you know that? Oh. And these two just joking around, playing with their phone on the podcast, totally ignoring the host. And these idiots are totally ignoring what he's trying to say. And you see his face. I wish I had the full clip. But if you watch it, you can find it. Just type in Brotherly Love podcast, but watch wherever the clip starts. Watch for like 5 minutes before the clip starts, and it's just these two interrupt him when he starts to tell this serious story, and then these two are just being idiots. And he's sitting there like, and then he starts looking at his phone. He's like, why am I here? This podcast is dumb. I have something important to talk about, which is going to be the most viral thing that these guys, like, I have no idea who these guys are or what this podcast is, and we wouldn't even be talking about it if it wasn't for what Matt Lawrence said. And these guys didn't even pick up on that this is going to be their most viral moment, and they're just acting dumb. But they're almost trying to like play it off like it doesn't matter. And of course, it's like, this guy wanted to have sex with me, and yeah, that's weird, that's gross, but I don't know if it's not the same for men as it is for women. The dude tries to tell me to take my robe off so I can get a part in a movie, I'm gonna beat his ass. Pause. Not like physically. I'm about to handle it. God, pause. Oh, that could be taken the wrong way. Northeast, west, south. So let's play this clip from Matt Lawrence, and then I'm pretty much gonna be out of material.
Okay, I've actually had this conversation in private before, never in public. And this is sort of a public thing. So, the Me Too movement, and we could
You see that? Look, they're like looking at their phone. He starts talking. They start playing with their phone, and they're like, "Oh, not even
bring
listening."
in Terry Crews into this. Are you guys? I'm talking
What?
about some serious stuff.
We're taking selfies.
And then he just mentioned Terry Crews, and now they're gonna start talking. I clipped it out. You'll see a cut here shortly. I clipped out like 3 minutes of these two just going back and forth with nonsense.
Selfies. Sorry.
Me Too movement.
So there was a
in
cut
regards to the entertainment
I
industry.
cut
that's
out
happened. Actually,
a big
anybody in
chunk there.
power that uses their power to influence somebody else for anything, really, was a very good thing. Very prevalent in our industry.
Oh, yeah.
I know I've been on movie sets where I've heard male producers talk about these girls they've given jobs because of either the way they look or that they went out to drinks with them. I've been privy to all those conversations, so I know how important actually that was, because it is a real thing. The casting couch, we all know it's existed. We've all been somewhat complacent in a way towards it, and I know I have a responsibility for that, and you guys do as well.
Of course.
But the one thing
Look at it.
that's very interesting that doesn't get talked about.
See this guy? They're like both like rolling their eyes. They don't care. They could care less. They don't want to talk about this.
Talked about enough in the Me Too movement is how this is a two-way street. In fact, it's a 3, maybe even 4-way street. I don't know how we're going to cut this up. But when it comes to Terry Crews feels like he was groped and used as a piece of meat by somebody in power above him within the industry.
Right.
Well, not a lot of guys, in my opinion, have come out and talked about this in the industry.
Yes,
There is also this same situation. Now, granted, I'd say it's probably a third of what women go through, the amount of men.
Yeah,
Men go through this as well, whether it's another woman or another man in power.
These guys don't want to talk about it because they've probably done some stuff with a dude to get on the to get their show. Any popularity, any clout they have, they've probably done this, and that's like they're like, "Come on, Matt, let's move past. Let's not talk about this. We don't want to talk about this. We don't want people to know what we've been doing to get in the spotlight. How do you think we got our interview with you today? We had to go talk to your manager, Matt. Let's skip this topic."
Yeah.
There's been many times in my life where I've been propositioned to get a huge role. I've lost my agency.
Now that was a joke because, of course, Matthew Lawrence is not that big of a star anymore that he would be hard to get on a podcast. If it's a fairly decent podcast, I'm sure he would go on.
Because I went to the hotel room, which I can't believe they would send me to, of a very prominent Oscar award-winning director who showed up in his robe.
Quentin Tarantino.
Asked me to take my clothes off and
No, I
said he
don't
needed
know.
to take Polaroids of me, and that if I did X, Y, and Z,
Robot
I would be
Jedi.
the next Marvel character.
Didn't you say that like a week ago for some reason too?
I didn't do that, and my agency fired me because I left this director's room. And
along those lines,
a lot of these stories, a lot of my other male friends have gone through with both men and women in this industry. But there's a double standard, and this is where I bring Terry Crews. Terry Crews comes out and says it, people are laughing at him.
Right.
People don't support him. They kick him out. Why? Because he's a man that represents masculinity, and I think our society is less ready to hear that situation going on with men than they are with women, actually.
So Matthew Lawrence talking about the degenerate sex stuff in Hollywood while we have updates on the Epstein case. Hopefully this whole thing cracks wide open and we get some sort of vindication, us conspiracy theorists. Yeah. You got Rothschilds, Goldman Sachs, Bill Gates, Obama administration, and CIA directors on Epstein's flight. Facts. And we're conspiracy theorists. Whatever. But that's it. That's all the news I got. That's all of everything I got, guys. I'm gonna we're gonna probably be ending the show here in a short bit, but I am going to play one more song. Huh. Actually, I got a video coming out. It was supposed to come out today, but it should come out tomorrow. Um, a clip from an old episode where I was talking about drugs. I clipped it and edited it down to the best parts where we talked about pot and ketamine and um, crocodile and all the weird drugs and how they're using ketamine and mushrooms for depression now and pushing drugs on everybody. I got a clip of that. I just got to make the thumbnail tonight, and it should be up tomorrow. A live preview or whatever it's called, premiere. So check that out tomorrow. I'm not gonna leave yet. I'm gonna play this song and I'm gonna be 9:44. You know what? Let's not play the song. Let's see what chat's saying. Might call it early tonight. Actually, let's go get the Modelo. That's what I got to do. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Show's about over. See if we can find something to hang out, watch, crack this Modelo. 1 year in the books, guys. Cracking a brew. Celebrating with the stream. Okay. Let's see if there's anything interesting or funny to talk about or watch. Any breaking news? Oh yeah, well they were talking about the satanic church. 6 dead after dust storm causes crashes in Interstate 55 in Illinois. Breaking news. 2 hours ago, dust storm in Illinois. That's crazy. Janet Yellen warns U.S. will run short of cash June 1st without debt ceiling hike. White House says Russian casualties are stunning. Bride killed moments after wedding by alleged drunk driver who hit golf cart from The Guardian. Whoa. 4 people shot in the head in California mass killing 9 hours ago. 4 people killed in a mass shooting in a remote part of California Saturday night. Police are searching for answers about the incident. Rapidly pursuing leads. They don't know who did it. So now we're going through the shooting with some suspects who got away. And BBC is reporting the suspect has been deported 4 times as well as CNN. That's good to see that they're actually reporting on it. So, a little breaking news there. Let's find this clip from this satanic church since the last segment is for, tonight I didn't have a blast segment planned. Fish Tank is crazy, guys. Fish Tank Live is crazy. The show is returning. Slightly Offensive said why I disappeared. Oh, slightly off TV. He changed it. It's not Slightly Offensive anymore. It's slightly off TV. And he has a video from 8 hours ago saying why I disappeared. The show returning. Nice. I'm gonna have to check that out after the stream is over. Andrew Tate's house arrest life. I'm looking for Satanic Church. Tears Bible. It's not like something I'm. Here we go. Freedom News TV National. I wonder if I could play that. Founder of Satanist Church of South Africa gives his life to Jesus. Ex-Satanist reveals terrifying ordeal with the devil that led him to Christ. But anyway, this is the clip I want to play. We'll watch this. I don't know. There's a lot of conservative commentators who are up in arms about this. I really don't care. I think it's stupid. Another setup. And what's funny is these people, they call it the Church of Satan. They tear up Bibles. They say, "Hail Satan." But then you ask them, they'll say, Satanists don't even believe in Satan. Or at least they say they don't. They do. They do. They do. Their daddy is Satan. Satan is their father. But they call themselves Satanists to rub it in the face of Christians or something. But you all really are children of Satan, whether you believe he exists or not. These people. Not you guys in chat. These people.
Today in defiance of their siege and destroy their symbols of oppression.
Wow, what a powerful message. You're destroying our symbols of oppression. That's a book. That's a book. That's just some paper. All you're doing is destroying a book. A child in Africa could have used that to learn how to read. Waste not, want not. These people are so wasteful. They're talking about climate change. Now somebody's going to have to kill another tree to make another Bible because you tore that one up, lady. You could have saved a tree. Look at her face. You can see the pain in her face. These people do not have peace. They don't know what peace is. And you can literally see just the vitriol and the hatred in her face. You know? She just looks miserable. See her face? Yeah, it hurts her to do this. She knows what she's doing. I mean, it's not right or wrong. It's tearing up a book, I'm just saying. But what I see is just some dumb chick tearing up a book. It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't make me mad. But what she's feeling, she knows she's doing this out of hatred, and she knows it's wrong. Her reasoning behind doing this, her whole life is wrong, and you can see it in her face. And it's sad. She'll never know what peace is. Oh, we got to add. Look at all the money on the floor. Yo, look at all them hundreds on the floor, though. Was that Grandma and Grandpa's money Bible? Did she just tear up the money Bible? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Does anybody have any old people in their family who have a money Bible? So this is apparently a common thing. It was even in the movie. It was even in the movie. The Daily Wire movie, Closed In or Shut In, or the one where the girl gets locked in the pantry, and she finds a Bible in here that her mother had left her this Bible, and she had never picked it up and read it. And then the day when she's in the cabinet, she's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna pray. I gotta go to God to get me out of this situation. She opens the Bible, and she needs money, right? She's been needing money for a long time. She finally opens this Bible that her dead mother left her, and there's 100, and there's another 100, a couple more pages, another 100, another 100. Her mom had left her all this money in this Bible because she wanted her to open up the Bible, and it's a pretty strong message. I like that message. She ends up having to burn all the money anyway to get out of the thing. Spoiler alert, but and the Bible, she has to light it all on fire to get out. But anyway, the point is the money Bible. When I did door-to-door sales one time, I knocked on this old couple's house, and they're old. They invite me into the house. We're talking for a while, and we're gonna do a sale. And they're like, well, would it help if we did 2 and 2 each? So the total of that come out to like $250. And I say I get bonus points for cash. And so the wife says to the husband, Howard, go get the money Bible. And he goes and grabs a Bible off the shelf, and he brings it to her, and she starts flipping through the pages, and there's a 1, and there's a 5, and there's a 1, and a 1, and a 5. And she's got all this money stuck in this Bible. She says, this is the small bills Bible, Harold. Get me the one out of my room with the big bills. He puts that book back on the shelf, goes in the bedroom, comes out with a bigger Bible, another nicer, bigger Bible that I guess was next to the bed or something. She starts flipping through it. 100, 50, 50, 100. Here you go. Here's $250 in cash from out of my money Bible. The big bill Bible, not the little bill Bible. So anyway, this lady's ripping up the money Bible. Did you see all those hundreds on the ground in the paper of the Bible? Anybody know what I'm talking about? He said, I'm going to start hiding money in the Flat Earth books so that you can get me to open a Flat Earth. If I ever want the money left behind by Flat Sabbath, I have to look in the Flat Earth books.
We must build a community outside of the virtual. Rebellion comes in many forms, to each and their own, within their own capabilities and their own situation. For some of us, merely existing one more day is victory. But for those of us who can, we must stand up for those who cannot.
What's the point of that? Yo, I need a keyboard. Why? What's the point of that? What did you just smash a keyboard for? Are we just breaking stuff? Angry Satanists?
Addiction. So what we were doing is trying to destroy the symbols of the things.
If she wasn't all about that life, she might be mildly attractive, but she's just destroying herself with evil.
That are that cause harm, that oppress us, whether that is people's theocratic views, trying to.
It's like Gen Con, Comic Con, MomoCon, and then Satan Con.
To instill theocratic rule in a supposed secular society,
See the 100,
whether that is the Supreme Court utilizing.
And then they tore up a cop flag, a thin blue line flag. Now, I'm not with the whole thin blue line thing. I think cops are necessary. As I said, I'm a little more authoritarian than the more libertarian conservatives. And I'm not all about the thin blue line thing, but why are you ripping up a thin blue line cop flag? I don't know. But it's an American flag with the thin blue line, which is actually defacing the flag in the first place. So I have no problem with them ripping that up. Doesn't mean I hate cops. I think their message that they're doing it is say we hate America and we hate police and we hate Christianity. We hate everything good because we're satanic. That's why we're in the church of the Satanists, because we're evil. But like, what kind of message are you trying to send by ripping up
their
that thin blue line?
powers to decimate our rights, give power to those who are further taking our rights away from us. The symbol of the flag was meant to.
So she's explaining the flag, but look at all the hundreds. That's the money Bible. She ripped up the money Bible.
Represent the communities that that people in.
I kind of want to see if that's movie money. Like I want to try to freeze frame it to see if it's movie money. Because look, usually if it's movie money, I can't see it, but it would be this bottom line here on the bill. Instead of saying "In God's We Trust," it say this is not legal tender or motion picture money. On the front side of this 100, it would usually say it in this little box up here, but I can't read it. They look real, but movie money also looks pretty real. Usually they won't lose the blue faces for the fake money, so that could be real money. In which case, if I was at SatanCon, I would be scooping up all that money straight up. Like, what are you doing? Just leaving all that money on the ground.
The symbol of the flag was meant to represent the communities that the people in authoritative.
Any love for police? Get rid of them. I think they're necessary. I think we need. Well, I don't know. If we had a good God-fearing culture, we could have citizen police. But if police is doing their job, I'm all right with there's good cops, there's bad cops. I don't really hate or love police officers. I hate or love. Well, I try not to hate anybody. I shouldn't hate anybody, even my enemies. But I don't love police officers. Now, I'm individual cops. I may love them even if they do something wrong. Christ love, God's love. But I can still see when they do right and wrong. I don't know. I'm not pro or anti-cop. I'm pro cops who do their job right. I'm anti-cops who don't. Get rid of them all. Get rid of all of them.
Positions that use that to cause harm to those who need the most protection.
They aren't necessary if we have good communities, God-fearing communities, but that's not the case.
They indoctrinate them into their worldviews based on fear and hatred.
We just had our opening ceremony, and it seemed to be very well received.
We got a bunch of demon Satan worshipers. We need some cops.
We've got over 800 people registered to attend, and we've got...
This person doesn't know what gender they are, so I'm going to say...
It's a man, baby!
Still wearing a mask.
Beta! Panel discussions and presenters starting probably any minute now. We've had threats, and there are protesters, quite a few of them outside. We have no problem with them protesting. That's their right to do.
You choose Satan, you are God's. Is that TP? Is that yeah, that is. That's not TP USA, but TP. What is it? TPSU or TP? The Catholic dudes who go and like protest abortion. These guys are lit, dude. Yeah, that's them. I see the dude with the hat on. What are these guys called? TPSU? TPUS? It's not Turning Point USA. It's... I see. I watch their YouTube videos all the time. These Catholic guys are so cool. They're just like, God,
as long as they, keep it out there and let us do what we need to do safely inside.
They play the bagpipes.
Holy Mary, Mother of God,
Yeah,
pray
that's
for
it.
us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
These guys are lit. Where's the bagpipes, though? Yo, I love these guys. That's what's up. Damn, they showed up the chorus. Yo, ain't no Church of Satan want to play with these guys. Yo, these guys got the bagpipes. They got a drum line. They got banners. Yo.
Well, to me, it's always been about opposition to theocracy and authoritarianism. Satan, to me, is a very powerful symbol of rebellion and anti-authoritarianism. And, that's kind of what it is to me, obviously.
Satanic abortion clinic, that shirt said.
Everyone is here for their own reason.
Of course, because abortion is satanic. Of course they support abortion, and they openly, proudly profess that this Church of Satan is one of the biggest proponents behind getting the right to murder babies.
But yeah, for me, I don't like being told what to do, and I don't like people telling other people what to do either.
I've received death threats leading up to this. I'm sure there's been death threats sent to our headquarters.
That's not necessary. I ain't gonna send you no death threats. I'm just gonna say,
Beta! headquarters. Back in the summertime, there was a arson attack in our headquarters that did a substantial amount of damage and could have killed a number of people inside, including visitors. So it's not just idle threats. People actually, do stuff.
It's 2023. This idiot's still wearing a mask at a convention.
And we had our director of programming for SatanCon a few years ago.
You're not scared of Satan. You're not scared of demons possessing you and taking over your soul, but you're scared of the sniffles from COVID.
Had a gunman show up at her house and threatened to kill her, and the police had to come and take him away.
Yeah, that was a man, baby. That guy was
Beta!
Good afternoon. Hey, when they have solid black sleeves like that, that means they used to have some like swastikas and racist crap all over their arms, and then they get the solid black sleeves to cover it up. Facts, bro. If you ever see one of them solid black sleeves, it's not like somebody, I mean, unless they just want to be a black person, but no, they're covering something up. They probably got, just be like, what are you, a Nazi? Why'd you got that cover up? What'd you have under there? Swastika? That would work more. TFP student action. Oh, this is them. Then they were there. Nice.
Here in Boston, Massachusetts. Behind us is that hotel right there, the Marriott. That's where the Satanists are having their conference in there. And the campaign is getting ready to start. Let's take a look around.
Yo, TFP student action. I love TFP student action. Check out their YouTube channel. They're Catholic, so, they're Catholic, but no, they're pretty base Catholic young men, and they don't back down from nobody. They get water splashed in their face. They just show up at college campuses playing their bagpipes and just like, "Oh, Mary, Mother of God, stop killing your babies." They're based. Yeah, why are we buffering? Satan has no rights. I want to see where the Satanists come yelling in your face.
Okay, the rosary tomorrow starts at 12:30 Eastern time.
Yo, you don't play with TFP student action. Let's go. Gotta have their paintings. Why are you gonna carry a giant painting around with you though of Mary? Come on, guys. Don't need that big old painting. America! America! America!
Blessed be her holy and immaculate conception. Blessed be her holy. Amen.
I'm trying to find like where people trying to start stuff with them. They're usually not in this big of a force. Like they came out strong to this thing, but I want to see if people try to accost them. Now in the hour of our death.
Almighty.
What's up with the paintings, guys? All right, well, so that's pretty cool. Looks like there's more TFP people there than there were Satanists, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, so the Church of Satan had their big thing. But that's, I think, all I got, guys. I think I'm going to head out. Find a song to play us out real quick. Real quick. Excuse me. Let's see what chat's saying before I head out. Guys, we got 1 year in the books. 1 year in the books. Let's go. Let's see. Let's find a song to play us out. Turn the life for real. Just a moment. Let's see. Let's scroll down a good bit. This world will leave you blinded. Oh, but then surrender to the light, and one day. Let's listen to American Muscle. An error occurred. Please try back later. Did they remove his video? Oh no, there it is. Chat disconnected, successfully connected. My internet's being weird tonight. All right, guys. Oh, it's not ready yet. About to play us out with a song. American Muscle. Tyson James, American Muscle. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hit the like button on your way out. Tell a friend if you like it. Tell a friend if you hate it. Tell everybody. Subscribe if you haven't yet. We're gonna work on getting some more interviews this year. Some more debates. Some more collaboration. People calling into the show, planning interviews, all this stuff. So we're gonna work on that this year. Thank you guys for sticking around for the year. But until next week,